Hello! Happy Halloween! How's it going, everyone? Welcome back. So it's finally time for Silent Hill 2. Because of course it is. Of course it is. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back. Nordy, Phantom Cigar, Corsair, Butterball, hug please. Hope you're all keeping well. Nico, good to see you. Conquer, Rhombus, Base Cat, Mrs. Wexford. What's up? Chris, Tuho, lots of people here. How's it going, everyone? Billy, good to see you. Rawban, Moonphase. Welcome back, everyone. John Nomer, thank you for the 2 months as well. Samurai, thank you for the 18. How's it going, everyone? Hold on, let me open up my Streamlabs here as well. Let's see. I was just tinkering with the Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition before I started. I think I might be missing a few things. I didn't want to replace the images, all the updated images, because I know they replaced like the photographs and the coins and all those puzzle pieces, and I didn't really like some of those designs that they replaced, some of those touch-ups that they did. But yeah, it should be looking pretty nice for the most part. Let me see here. Samurai, thank you again for the 18. John Nomer, thank you. Gaballo, thank you for the 12 months. Welcome back, everyone. Where can you buy this game for PC? I don't know. I don't know. Somewhere on the internet. But maybe you could not buy it for PC and still play it somehow, if that's possible. Did I update the FMVs? All the FMVs should be updated. Yeah, I think so. I think so anyway. I didn't have much time to really fuck around with it, but I think the FMVs should be updated. My controls are a little bit janky. For some reason the search control doesn't work as it should. James always just looks up to the corner of the screen. I can't move the camera around when using search. But I mean, that's okay. We can deal with that. It's not completely necessary. Hey, what's up, Pure Wexford? How's it going? Scar Alien, what's up? I'm using a DualSense. Yeah, I'm using a PS5 controller. I used a PS3 controller last year and I had the same issue. But that's okay. We can. I'm not gonna go tinkering with all this shit now. I'll see what I can do at another time. With DS4 Windows, it seems to be the same with DS4 Windows and without DS4 Windows. I was having the same. It was the same thing. But yeah, it's okay. I mean, almost everything is okay with my controls. It's just that one thing with the search button, but I'm okay. I can deal with it. Yeah, just give me a sec, guys, and we'll get this show on the road. Hold on. Oh boy, here we go again. So I'm not sure if I want to play the opening cinematic. You know, the menu opening thing, because after you complete the game, it plays all the dialogue from those scenes, which I'm not really a fan of. I wish we could play a version of it That doesn't play all the dialogue. Can I choose that version? Introduction collage. Yeah, I think the introduction collage will play all the dialogue now that I have a complete file. What do you think, chat? Will we play the opening? Will we play the introduction collage? Hey, what's up, bad humans? How's it going? Don't do it. Okay, I won't do it. We'll play it afterwards. We'll play it after the. We'll show it after the playthrough. It's a really sick cinematic, and I love Theme of Laura. But yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it after the playthrough. I really like that they replace this menu screen with the enhanced edition, because I had the director's cut, and on the director's cut, you don't get this image of water, which I think is kind of interesting. Kind of highlighting water as a big prominent symbol right from the get-go. And that's something that you won't see on the menu screen if you have the director's cut. It's just a black screen. Gurko, thank you very much for the 25 months. Not the 25 months, the 25 subs. Gurko, thank you, man. And enjoy whoever got one of those free subs. Any names I recognize there? Sonic Steak Eater got one. Blue Sea Moose. Screed, Base Cat, a good few names that I recognize. Hey, man, cheers. Much appreciated. We'll try and do this in one sitting if we can. I'd really like to finish it off tonight, do the whole thing. But let me mute the subs just so it doesn't get in the way of the mood during cutscenes and shit like that. Gurko, thank you so much, man. But yeah, just an interesting thing to take note of right from the get-go. This image of water. New game. Main scenario, sub-scenario. I don't think I did Born from a Wish at all last year. We might have to fit that in tomorrow or in one of the coming days. Action level, I think I'm going to go for normal, even though I know this game inside out and I could play it on hard if I wanted to. I don't think this is one of this game's flaws. That in terms of balancing supplies, it's really not the best. Normal is a bit too easy and hard is just kind of tedious. And in my opinion, hard action level kind of ruins one part of the game. The Pyramid Head chase sequence in the hospital. Unless you're like, you have perfect speedrunning skills. Well, maybe not perfect speedrunning skills, but unless you know that section inside out, you're going to have to turn back and shoot at Pyramid Head and run away and then turn back. And it kind of ruins the whole chase sequence of it all. You know, it's supposed to feel like this chase. But on hard mode, unless you know the game really, really well and you're moving perfectly down that hallway, it's just going to kind of feel a bit shitty. So yeah, I'm going to play on normal. I think the game just flows better on normal. You know? Boss fights is not where this game shines, and hard mode just drags out some of those fights. You know, with Pyramid Head at the end and the Eddie fight and shit like that. I think the game is just better on normal. Even if it's slightly too easy on normal with how they balance supplies. Riddle level, we will go for hard, I think, even though I think we did hard last time. I guess we could do normal just to show the different riddle difficulties. This game actually has a secret 4th riddle difficulty, which some of you might not know about. You have to finish all 3 riddle levels on one save file. And then on your 4th playthrough, after you've done a playthrough on each riddle difficulty, you can get a hidden riddle difficulty. It doesn't appear on the menu. But I'm not sure what the deal is, if it's like RNG, if it's just a random chance that you'll get it, or if it alternates after the 3rd playthrough, where you'll get the extra riddle difficulty and then whichever riddle difficulty you choose, and then the extra difficulty again on the next playthrough, etc., going back and forth. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it alternates like that after the third playthrough or if it's just random if you get it. I've always been meaning to do an extra riddle. I mean, I did do one extra riddle difficulty playthrough before, way back. Maybe I even did it twice, but I've been meaning to do it more often. But yeah, I'll need to do a couple more playthroughs to unlock it on this new file. But maybe we'll just go for hard again. Fuck it. How about we go for normal? Let's go for normal. Normal.
Mary, could you really be in this town?
Here we go. Here we go again. I remember Jeremy Blaustein said that he didn't like that opening cinematic of James because he said, like, who does that with their hand? He thought it was such an unnatural animation or an unnatural movement from James to put his hand up to his face like that. But I'm sorry, Jeremy, but I'm gonna have to disagree with you there. I mean, you might be right, but it's a vibe, isn't it? It's pretty iconic, that intro. Obviously, what's trying to be communicated is that, you know, James is questioning his reality here, questioning his identity, holding his hand up to his face, trying to see if he's even real anymore, you know? He's become completely detached from reality and from himself. I remember someone saying that this writing on the wall is supposed to be like there's supposed to be Hebrew gods or something like that. I never really looked into this. The cute little alien figure there as well. Interesting, considering this is where if this is where we get the item to get the UFO ending, which is surely not by mistake. Looks like there's a load of text on the back of the wall up there. Looks like a long letter almost. Makes me think of Mary's long letter at the end of the game. But I don't think it's possible to read. And the first character we see, aside from James, is another interesting little detail. These posters on the wall. Advertisements for Heaven's Night, the club that we'll be going to later on, with a picture of Maria, another character we'll be meeting later on. So kind of interesting that Maria is technically the first character we see in the game here on the wall. We'll come back into this bathroom, but let's just play the next scene before we do that.
In my restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday. But you never did. Well, I'm alone there now. In our special place. Waiting for you.
I got a letter. The name on the envelope said Mary. My wife's name. It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself. A dead person can't write a letter. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then, why am I looking for her? Our special place. What could she mean? This whole town was our special place. Does she mean the park on the lake? We spent the whole day there. Just the two of us, staring at the water. Could Mary really be there? Is she really alive? Waiting for me?
Oh, Yamaoka, you're tearing my heart out. Just beautiful. What a great scene, man. The loss, the longing, the grief. Just the pure, crystallized sadness of it all. Oh. Hits me in the feels every time. And the transition then to this track, just swirling vortex of sound, as I like to call it. Really cool detail here as well. Lots of really cool dynamic sound cues and stuff like that in this game. As we approach the car here. Hear that sound? And then as we move away from the car, the sound disappears. There it is again. I always wondered if it was supposed to sound like an engine starting or something like that. Like, you can always almost imagine someone turning the keys in the car. But the sound actually plays somewhere else in this area as well, so that might not be the idea. I think the same sound plays when you approach the gate here. Yeah, there it is again. Either way, just really cool, dynamic bits of audio, or contextual bits of audio. You don't hear it? Well, it's there. It can be heard. They changed the numbers? The modders changed the numbers, Nico? Yeah, headphones are definitely a good idea when listening to this game. Why do they change the numbers? Why is everyone changing the numbers? First the HD collection, now here? Now the enhanced edition? Are you sure? I got a map of Silent Hill. The numbers aren't really supposed to make sense, I don't think. Here. Like in the original game, Brahms is like way away, right? Yeah! Oh, I don't know about this, modders. That seems like too much of an assumption to me. How do you know the devs didn't do this on purpose, modders? The modders tried to make it make more sense here. In the original game, Brahms is like 100 or something here. In the original game, Sybil tells you that she's from Brahms, and she refers to it as the next town over. And I think the implication is that it's very close to Old Silent Hill. But in the original game, right here, the implication is that Brahms is actually way far away from Old Silent Hill. I can't go any further. I can't go any further by car. I guess I'll have to walk. I mean, I guess we'll forgive them that. It's an interesting change anyway. And who knows, maybe the devs didn't do that on purpose. But something tells me they might have. Just to throw things off a bit. You know? Because a lot of what we see in this game isn't real. You know, it's from James's mind. And maybe that was supposed to be a little hint of things to come. That James's perspective is slightly twisted. That we're seeing things from a twisted perspective. I really like this shot up here when we walk up to the fence. Like we're caged in here, almost. Now I'm being reminded of The Wire. In The Wire, there are loads of shots like this of people behind fences. Symbolic shots of people behind wired fences. Wonder if that's what they were going for here, because it does kind of look like we're trapped at this angle. Interesting little detail here if we go back up the road, or if we try. This is the road I came in on. There's no point in going back. By the way, we'll be talking full spoilers. Big, juicy, girthy spoilers. Right from the get-go. And there are big spoilers in this game. So, if you ever wanted to play this game and you don't want to hear about the biggest spoilers in the game right from the beginning, do not watch. Stop watching right now. So, that being said, of course, one of the most interesting little details, something that is never revealed in the story, but something that the developers have said, is that Mary's body is in the back seat of the car. Right here. Mary's body is in the car. And so when I hear this very unique, ominous sound that plays when I approach the car, I'm kind of wondering, you know, oh god, is it trying to tell us that there's something ominous about the car? But I don't know. The fact that the sound also plays up there makes it not so unique. You know, it's not exclusive to the car. But yeah, she's in the back seat. Sonoman with the 13 months. Thank you. It's tied to Japanese culture, I believe. Yeah, something to do with, like, suicide patterns in Japan where people have committed suicide with family members in the back seat and things like that. It was like a recurring thing in Japan, I think. when it came to suicides, family suicides, and things like that. There's nothing on the passenger seat. Yeah, okay. All right, James. Okay. She's in the back seat, not the trunk. Not the trunk. They specified the back seat. Yeah, I think so, Rico. I really like the way the car is there. Like, look at how he parked the car, leaving the door open, walking into the bathroom. I really do think that says quite a bit about James's mindset right now. And we're gonna leave the car like that, right there, with the door open. Right, let's go back into the bathroom, because there's some interesting things here. But first, I'll need you to take out your Bibles, chat. So take out your Bibles. Job 13:28. Page 264. Actually, no, Job 10:8. Job 10:8. On this wall, it says, "Thy hands fashioned and made me, and now thou dost turn about and destroy me." And over here, we have Job 13:28. "While I am decaying like a rotten thing, like a garment that is moth-eaten." Now, we can't make out all of that exactly. Some of those words are smudged, but you can make out a few of those words if you look carefully. And the same on this side. They're both passages from Job. And I think these bits of text are supposed to apply to Mary and James's murder of Mary. "While I am decaying like a rotten thing, like a garment that is moth-eaten." Well, we find out later that Mary suffered from some really nasty disease, and her skin does kind of look like it was eaten by a moth. Her skin kind of looks like this moth-eaten fabric, I think, anyway. And we find out that Mary was full of self-loathing about her state and her condition. So I think it feels like it's almost Mary talking here about her own rotten state, "while I am decaying." And the other one, thy hands fashioned and made me, and now thus turn about and destroy me. I'm not so sure. You would obviously think of James ultimately being the killer, but maybe just Mary talking to God striking her with this sickness. You know, "Thy hands fashioned and made me, God created me, and now you destroy me." Again, just Mary talking about her sickness. And Maria, this advertisement. And if you think about Maria symbolically in the game, she kind of plays the role of an advertisement, almost. So I think it's fitting, you know? Maria is kind of like this test for James. Here's this new and improved Mary. You can take me back. You can take me as a replacement. I'm here. I'm yours. I'm created. So I've been created just for you. So I think there's something fitting about her appearing as a literal advertisement here. Kind of makes sense. Pete's Bolorama. Another little bit of foreshadowing regarding a place that we'll be visiting later on, the bowling alley. All right, let's make our way into town, shall we? Oh, there's definitely some truth to the body in the back seat. Yeah, I mean, like Masahiro Ito said it flat out. One of the lead developers. And yeah, I think if you're a Japanese person, it might be something that you just figure out because it's this, you know, you'll pick up on the cultural references and stuff. I don't know. With the in water ending, perhaps when James drives his car into the water. Maybe some people would just figure that, yeah, of course she's in the back seat. But I don't know. Yeah, but Guy C, he commented on it as well. Yeah. Found the source for the Brahms change. Apparently based on comments from a Silent Hill veteran who's made encyclopedic data even developers of the game themselves have used. Okay. I'm still kind of, I'd have to see a bit more. Is that Eddie's van? It could very well be. People do wonder about that. We do see Eddie sitting down beside a white van during the opening cinematic montage. But we also see a lot of those vans in the town itself. But seeing one there in that starting area where we begin our journey as well, yeah, I kind of like the idea that could be Eddie. A reference to Eddie at the start, a reference to having references to all three characters that are going through an ordeal at Silent Hill. We meet Angela in the next area. Be kind of cool to have a little nod to Eddie as well, starting his journey. This fog looks nice. I want to take it slow here. Because there's one sound that's easy to miss if you just sprint through. Ooh, that thick, thick fog. Ooh, that was louder. Usually I just stop at the start of the area to trigger this sound, but I think you can get it further down. Although maybe it overlapped with another sound. I'm going back up. It's definitely longer than 30 seconds, Dell Gaming. That's how I usually show it. But I know it's possible to trigger it like halfway down as well. I think maybe I went a bit too far. I think I'm going to give up. Okay, it's okay. It's just a little sound effect. It sounds like sudden, quick footsteps right beside you. But you have to wait around for a minute or so to trigger it. But I think we missed our opportunity. I think I went too far down. So good. What do we have here? There's something in the well. Look at these crispy subtitles here. Oh my god. That's how you can truly tell that this is the enhanced edition. Super crispy and clean. There's something in the well. What's that? Looking at this makes me feel like someone's groping around inside my skull. It gives me a weird feeling. Love this save screen image. James looking at a reflection of himself, but a reflection in water, I think, is what it looks like here. And that's why I think water is partially such a prominent symbol in the game. I think it's supposed to symbolize reflection and looking in at yourself. Which James needs to do. Which James needs to do a lot of in this game. It's a part of that opening dialogue as well when he's talking about his good times with Mary. How they spent the whole day at the lake staring at the water. And of course the image here. It's literally a save point inside a body of water in a well. And I guess more literally, the save points symbolize memory as well. Because that's what it, you know, it's what it literally is. In terms of saving the game. And of course, James has blocked out the memories of what he's done. And he needs to reflect and come to terms with that. And own up to what he's done. His memory is stuck down a well. Looking at this makes me feel like someone's groping around inside my skull. And I guess they kind of get meta with it here as well. A nod to the player, perhaps. It gives me a weird feeling. Vove, thank you for the 14 months. we find ourselves inside a well later on as well. We get locked in a well. Whoa, stop pulling the camera away from me, game. Hey, what's up, Third Mask?
Excuse me,
Oh, I'm sorry. I
No,
was
it's
just...
okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
Lost?
Yeah, I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way?
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
But
Yes?
I think you'd better stay away. This town, there's something wrong with it. It's kind of hard to explain, but
Is it dangerous?
maybe. And it's not just the fog either.
Okay,
It's...
I got it. I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
No, I believe you. It's just... I guess I really don't care if it's dangerous or not. I'm going to town either way.
But why?
I'm looking for... someone.
Who is it?
Someone... very important to me. I'd do anything if I could be with her again.
Me too. I'm looking for my mama. I mean my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her. I thought my father and brother were here, but I can't find them either. I'm sorry. It's not your
No,
problem.
I hope you find them.
Yeah, you too.
So here's Angela, one of my favorite characters in the game. Maybe the most tragic character in the game.
Aren't you looking for someone?
That's right.
I love these extra little interactions you can get. They're so awkward. There should be another one as well.
What is it?
Oh. Nothing. Sure is quiet here, huh?
I guess.
I really love what they do with Angela's body language. And, you know, once you know her whole story, her behavior makes a lot more sense. Or, you know, you see a lot more in her mannerisms when you play through the game, knowing her story. The way she's often like very hunched up like that. The way she's kind of hugging herself, sort of closed off. Her anxious reactions and her sudden, jolting, the way she has these sudden bursts of shock and things like that. Her need to apologize for things even though she's done nothing wrong. I think it's interesting there how she says, I'm not lying. Even though, James didn't really say anything to imply that he thought he was lying, I don't think. He says, no, I believe you. Again, it seems like something that's, that comes from her past. Again, just maybe tying into her family history and how her family treated her, accusing her of things that she didn't do. I guess it could tie into the fact that she was made to believe that she was guilty, that she deserved all the horrible things that happened to her. Angela was sexually abused by her father. And she had enough. She lashed out and she murdered her father. And now she's here. She feels guilty for what she's done, and she's made her way to Silent Hill. She's looking for her mother. One really eerie detail about that scene is the very end. I love that shot where she walks over to this gravestone and caresses the gravestone as she talks about her father and brother. I thought my father and brother were here, but I can't find them either. As she caresses the gravestone, which is foreshadowing because we find out, actually we don't really find out much about the brother, but this is another thing that one of the developers confirmed, that actually no, I'm not sure if the developers did say she killed her brother, but I think that probably is the suggestion as well. She was apparently sexually abused by her brother too, which is something I never really picked up on. But we'll talk a bit more about that later when the time is right. When all that stuff is a bit more relevant. But I think the way she caresses the gravestone when talking about her father and brother is supposed to foreshadow the fact that she killed her father and brother. Well, definitely her father anyway, and I think probably her brother. Although, Angela may not be here really to... Well, I guess she is here to atone in a way. We find out at the end of the game she feels like if she can kill her mother, then she can rest. But she kind of has this paradoxical relationship with her mother in this game because, she loves her mother and she holds her mother's word as the gospel. Everything her mother said must be true, but at the same time, it seems like she's here to also kill her mother. But yeah, we'll talk more about all this when we get to the scenes where all that stuff is a bit more relevant. But yeah, just interesting to take note of her body language here and how it applies to her character and just her little mannerisms and just the way she talks. The way she defends herself when she doesn't need to defend herself. There are two bodies during the staircase scene at the end. Yeah, and Masahiro Ito said those two bodies represent her father and her brother. And I think the torn photograph that we see in the apartment building later, has her father and her brother on one side and her mother on on the other side. But I never noticed her brother on that other side of the photograph. I only saw her father. But yeah, it would seem it seems like she did kill her brother, all right. Yeah, that's the thing. The newspaper article does not mention a brother getting killed at all. So it's kind of weird. There are no direct references to the brother like that. I mean, the thing with the gravestone, that's about as direct as it gets. I think that's the only time she ever mentions her brother, is in that scene. And I don't think we get any description of him or anything like that. Oh, nice one, Nabor. Silent Hill Ranch. No Comic Sans, though disappointing. But yeah, Angela is the real tragic character of this game, I think. With James and Eddie, it's harder to you can, I think anyway, you can just fully sympathize with Angela. You know, she was abused repeatedly by her own family members, made to believe that she deserved to be abused. And one day she had enough and she killed them. But killing them made her go even crazier, I guess. You know, I can just wholeheartedly sympathize with Angela. I'm also a James sympathizer, but I can't wholeheartedly sympathize with James, you know? He's not completely innocent, whereas I really don't hold anything against Angela for killing her father or her brother, assuming her brother was also abusing her. I was going to say Silent Hill 2 posters here, but no, The Shining posters. If you look carefully there, you can see that that's Jack Nicholson's face. The iconic "Here's Johnny" scene, the demented face through the door. Kind of hard to make out because the posters are completely shredded here. But that's what it is. Yeah, you can see it's... These other ones here, you can't really make it out at all, but this one you can. Pretty subtle. These yellow posters as well are also posters for The Shining. The long walk into town. If you watch the making of Silent Hill 2, you'll hear the developers talk about this sequence and how it was there was a lot of debate over it. Whether it was too long, too drawn out, but they decided that they really wanted it just to create that sense of isolation Road construction ahead. The Road Runner. Takes a while before we get to anywhere really significant in this game. Just a lot of... It's a pretty slow build at the start. Before we get to the apartment block. Wilts Road. Sanders Street. Let's take a look around. Flowers. Celebrating 70 years. Extremely sharp contrast to Silent Hill 3. Yeah, I was talking about that the other day. Ooh, this fog is thick. God damn. That red patch there, that red sticker, always reminds me of the save points. It looks like there's some text in the middle. It almost looks like it could be the cover for the game or something. Which reminds me of the Japanese cover for the game, which is the save point. 9 save squares that you see at the end of the game is the cover art for the Japanese version. Are these marks blood? On our first lying figure. That shadow just now. I'm just scrolling up here. Eddie is the easiest one to rule out as guilty. James depends on moral compass. And Angela is just straight up sad. Yeah. Eddie has the real, you know, the insecure school shooter vibes going on. A victim of bullying and... you know, then eventually lashing out. It's hard to even really know what Eddie did. The interesting thing about Eddie is that it doesn't seem like he even really... that he might, you know, that he might not have killed anyone. Did he even kill anyone? I don't know. He always kind of beats around the truth as well, though, so it's kind of hard to take anything he says completely seriously. You know, he really comes across as a coward and someone who doesn't, you know, whenever he's questioned about things, he's often like, oh, I don't know, I didn't see anything. Yeah, he claims he killed a dog. You know, he owns up to killing a dog and shooting a guy in the leg. A football player in the leg. It's interesting as well how Eddie is just surrounded by bodies as well, you know? When you encounter him. The body in the fridge when we first meet him. And then the freezer full of corpses, and in the prison, the dead body on the table right next to him. Kind of interesting if he never actually killed anyone. In reality, you know, outside of maybe monsters that he encountered in Silent Hill. Yeah, I think the suggestion is that he was bullied by those football players that he couldn't, you know, he's overweight and he didn't get in with the gang and he couldn't play football like the rest and all of that. It's not the only connection they draw between him and football. In our first encounter with him, we see a room full of football posters right next to him, which is quite unique. You don't see those posters copy-pasted around or anything like that. It's very unique and specific to that room that he's in, or that room that he's right beside. Apparently, they were going to make Eddie a much more comical character in the beginning. But then they decided against that with the final version that they mapped up, because it would probably conflict with the tone a bit that they were going for. They didn't really want to have much comedy. They wanted to be pretty sparing with that. Yeah, I think it was definitely a good idea. It would be a bit silly, I think, if everything else in the game was the same, but Eddie was, like, really silly. Yeah, well, I mean, I think there still is a bit of comedy. Eddie in the bowling alley with the pizza. And just some of the little interactions, bits of dialogue. The way Laura treats Eddie is pretty funny, yeah. Fuck you.
Is it dead? What the hell is it? It's not human.
Can't analyze it. What about this body right here? Dead. Could it have been that creature? What's going on in this town? So, massive, massive spoilers if you pay attention during this next scene. You can hear Mary say through the radio, "Why did you kill me?" And you can even make out some of the dialogue in the subtitles as well. Certain letters are cut out. But it's actually surprising how much you can see in the subtitles as well as she's saying it. Listen carefully.
Oh, yeah. This thing broken? What the? I'd better take it anyway. I might need it.
They don't actually show all that much of it in the subtitles, but it's still there. It's U and then K. And then what was the other line she had? Just waiting for you. Can't remember what the first one was. Oh yeah, well I mean once you can hear it, you can never not hear it, but it's easy to miss on a first playthrough. This poster here. Girls, girls, girls. Big blotches taken out of it. Like a garment that's moth-eaten. Apparently an early demo trailer showed way more of that dialogue to the point they had to tone it way down. Yeah, I'm not surprised. It almost feels a bit too much the way it is, but I guess not so easy to pick up on when you're first playing the game. Another interesting bit of lore here if we stop. Something is written on it. Too bad I can't read it because the surface has been rubbed away. Remains of blank swamp. The blankers of land surround blank. Blank's monument was originally swamp, but was later fill blank. Fra blanking ago to blanks. Nicknamed Blood Swamp because the blankers poured the wat blanks to wash the ex-blankles in here. Perhaps it's for blankat, many pa blankum, to have sa blank blank in the area. There you go. Let me look up what this actually says real quick. You can kind of figure out what some of the words are. But, hold on. Remains of Blood Swamp. And this is supposed to be the meters of land. The something meters of land surrounding this monument was originally swamp, but was later filled in. From long ago, the swamp was nicknamed Blood Swamp because the executioners poured the water used to wash the execution tools in here. So this is interesting. Talk of executioners, because that's what Pyramid Head is supposed to represent. He's an executioner. He partially symbolizes the old executioners of the town. He takes the form of an executioner. Perhaps it's for that reason many people seem to have seen ghosts in the area. Spooky. Oh yeah, I meant to show this earlier. If we try to come through here before encountering that monster, this tape is not ripped. We can only pass through now after we've done that last sequence. Not really, Crane. It's more of a standalone game. But it shares, you know, bits of lore and history when it comes to the town and stuff like that. References to the cult and stuff. but more of a standalone. Even more so than 4. I was ready for it. Ah, you bitch. I always wonder if the painting in the Historical Society of Pyramid Head is supposed to exist in reality and is where James's mind got like inspiration for Pyramid Head as his personal punisher. Well, we see that way after we see Pyramid Head. I think it's more that the town is using the history of the town to create this demon for James. That the town is using the old executioner as a sort of archetype. And I kind of feel that way about Maria as well. Although this may not be what they were going for, but I think it's really interesting how in Silent Hill 3, if you have a Silent Hill 2 save file, you can find a poster inside Heaven's Night advertising the return of Lady Maria, except she looks completely different to Maria in Silent Hill 2. I think, like Pyramid Head, Maria might be partially based off someone who actually existed in the town. A stripper that worked at Heaven's Night. That she's modeled after someone real. That the spiritual power of the town is taking this real figure and creating this manifestation based on it. Just like Pyramid Head. They're creating Pyramid Head based off of real executioners that lived in the town. That's how I like to look at it anyway. I kind of I like that interpretation. I got the apartment gate key. You know, because I think when we're in the prison, in one of the photographs, you can even see a picture of the executioners that actually lived in the town, that operated in the town. You know, one of those photographs in the room, you can see a figure wearing a white robe and some kind of red mask. I think, anyway. We'll have to see when we get there. I should be able to see it a lot more clearly now on this enhanced edition, because it's kind of hard to make out some of those pictures in the original game. I got the apartment gate key. So apparently these figures are all supposed to be James's model, except the head is all bloated and disfigured, kind of like the lying figure enemies we've been seeing. That and the drawing of Pyramid Head on the gallows, I think, yeah. I mean, again, with some of that stuff, you would... it's hard to know if it's supposed to be referencing something from reality or if it's, again, something from James's mind. Something that's been purely created by the town. Because once we go down into the prison and once we enter that area, we're in, like, a land of pure manifestation, you know? Where we leave reality almost entirely once we go down there. But I think we are still supposed to be seeing things that do represent things from the town's history. What are the scribbles on the ground? I don't think it was anything too significant, just blotches of blood and stuff. But yeah, you know, when it comes to the prison, it's a bit different than the apartments and the hospital, I think. You know, the apartments are actually there in reality. The hospital is actually there. But once you go down into the Historical Society, It's just, it's a world of unreality. Almost entirely, I think. First aid. Happy Burger. I haven't seen the second Silent Hill movie. I hear it's horrendous. Some people seem to think the first film isn't so bad. I have a feeling I'd probably dislike it quite a bit if I watched it again. I haven't seen it, I don't know, since I was a teenager. What do we have here? There's a memo lying on the sofa. I'll wait at bar Neely's. Bar in caps. Okay. Let's check it out. Like that pattern on the door there. Silent Hill Revelations 3D. The title is a pretty big red flag, isn't it? Revelations is the most bland title you can give anything. Not even trying. Revelations? Come on, man. Really cool detail here. We have here the Silent Hill post office. Not too interesting by itself. However, if we go next door here... and look up here, we have a place called Magical Envelopes. And I just think that's kind of interesting. Because this letter that we have with us, this isn't real, I don't think. As we make our way through the game, this letter will eventually completely disappear from our inventory. Once you get to the end of the game, it's gone completely. It's after we kill Eddie, the text from the letter disappears. And then by the end of the game, the letter in the envelope is completely gone. So I think it's kind of interesting that we have a place called Magical Envelopes right next to a post office. Maybe the magical envelopes place wasn't supposed to tie in with our magical disappearing letter. But maybe it was. Another corpse here. Another James corpse. Oh, yeah, it's so noticeable there. The jacket, the green jacket and everything. Just a bit bloodied, dirty. But, you know, it makes sense. Because this isn't the full letter. I think the idea is that James blocked out the majority of the letter and held on to the part that implied she was still alive, waiting for him. Because this is a part of the real letter. It just continues after the end, waiting for you to come to see me, but you never do. It was written before she died. So James has invented another version of the letter. Silent Hill, fresh meats, Fatska. Oh, look at that cow. Dance company, the dance company. Reminding me of Silent Hill 3, Monica's dance studio. Gozo's sushi. Sushi, tempura, teriyaki. All right, let's check out Neely's bar, shall we? Udon. I'm not so familiar with udon. I always wondered if James actually saw the real letter before the beginning. I think he would have. He'd have nothing to base his fake letter on if he didn't see the real one. I think so. I think he did see it and blocked it out. And just held on to the first part. Seemed that way, given it's an excerpt from the real thing, but that could also just be a game thing. I don't think so. There's a map here. Marks a bunch of locations. Woodside apartment. We got the key for that. Also highlights where the key is to the apartment if we didn't find that key already. And here we have the iconic message. There was a hole here. It's gone now. Hole written in caps. This is what I find interesting. The message that leads us here says, I'll wait in bar, Neely's. bar written in caps. Now we come here. There was a hole here. It's gone now. Kind of unusual. Always it makes me wonder: are they trying to draw a connection between the bar and the hole? Is the bar the hole? Is this bar supposed to be the hole? Is it supposed to be a reference to James drinking? Because we do find out later that he drank heavily after Mary's death. I think he went, and Mary didn't die 3 years ago. She died a few days ago, like not long ago at all. So if James tells us he started drinking heavily after she died, so it seems like James went on a bit of a bender before he came to Silent Hill. He was getting drunk out of his mind not so long ago. So I think that would make sense if this bar is supposed to be a hole that was once here. If it's supposed to be a metaphor about him drinking to deal with what he did, but now it's gone. I don't know. That's a kind of a twisted way of looking at it. But maybe it has nothing to do with that. Because the whole drinking thing is a very, very tiny detail later on that's easy to miss. And they never bring up James drinking at any other point in any major scene or anything. So maybe they aren't trying to make a statement about his alcoholism after she died here. Of course, you have to think about all the holes that we jump through later on in the game. Another thing as well, this adds towards the in-water ending. If we interact with this, if I press X here, it will add to the in-water ending. It'll make us more likely to get the suicide ending, where we kill ourselves. So how does this tie to that? How does this tie to James killing himself? There's usually some logic behind that. If you keep your health low throughout most of the game, that will make it more likely to get the in-water ending, the suicide ending. If you look at Angela's knife repeatedly, if you examine her knife repeatedly, more likely to get the suicide ending. And this also adds to the suicide ending. There was a hole here. It's gone now. I mean, I guess it makes sense that the hole is referring to the bar. There was a bar here. It's gone now. This bar has been cleaned out. There's obviously no bar here anymore. So the bar being the hole. A hole that James crawled into after he killed Mary, and it's not here anymore. I mean, I guess that makes sense. When we come back here later on, there'll be another more ominous message waiting for us, written on this wall. But we won't get to see that for a while. No hole to hide in anymore. Yeah, you can't drown yourself in your sorrows anymore, James. You have to face up to what you've done. You can't drown yourself in booze anymore. Maybe that is what it's saying. That is pretty obscure if that's what it is saying. Or that's pretty abstract, You have to put that puzzle piece together with a tiny little puzzle piece you get later on, which is so easy to miss. But it makes sense. Coffer with the 2 months. Thank you. Keep in mind, Mary left the letter with the nurse before she was sent home, and Laura stole it from the nurse. So I'm not sure if James could have seen it before getting to Silent Hill. Possibly. James's knowledge of Laura is another interesting thing. Like, you would have thought James would have seen Laura when he visited Mary in the hospital, right? But James was so fucked up you could imagine him just not really paying attention to this other girl that was there. And of course, he's just, you know, he's living in a state of pure delusion here. He's completely disassociated and detached from all sorts of things, from his memories of Mary, what he's done. So I guess you could understand him forgetting Laura as well. Come on, you bitch. Stand up. Is Satan the antagonist in these games? No. Who is the antagonist of this game? I don't know. This game doesn't really have an antagonist. We are our own antagonist. Yeah, we're the antagonist. We're the protagonist and the antagonist of our own story. I want to kill these bastards before I look at the next memo. You! Fuck you. Stomp. But yeah, that is something interesting to consider, that maybe James never read the real letter. And that it is just a manifestation, a manifestation of a letter that he received outside the town, assuming he came here with the letter. I'd have to think about it a bit more. I think I still prefer the idea that he did read the letter, that he did get his hands on the real letter. And that really added to the guilt. So he blocked it out, held on to the first couple of paragraphs to make himself believe that she could have still been alive. Yeah, I don't know. And here is another James corpse on the ground. Let's take a look. There's a memo pad on the ground. I'm going to write everything that I've learned so far. Maybe that will help you out somehow. If you're reading this, it probably means I'm already dead. I saw those demons. They were there, I'm certain. But my friend says he didn't see anything. If that's true, does that mean that what I saw was an illusion? But whether that demon that ate human beings was real, or whether it was just some kind of hallucination that my mind dreamed up, one thing I know for sure is that I'm beyond all hope. So little hints here regarding the true nature of the monsters here. Monsters that not everyone can see. Different types of monsters for different people. Things like that that's getting hinted at. It seems that they're attracted to light. That's why people who need light to see are their natural prey. They also react strongly to sound. This is interesting because it's a tutorial related to the mechanics of the game. If you turn your flashlight off, it'll be harder for them to attack you. You can pass by them a lot easier. But it also seems like it's commenting on the people who need light to see, people who need to see the truth. That they prey on people who need the light. Like if you think about that in a metaphorical sense. People who need light to see are their natural prey. It seems they're attracted to the light. If you want to go on living, you'd be better off just sitting in the dark and staying quiet. But even that probably won't save you. If you're going to try to fight them, the most important thing is to relax. It's dangerous to fire a gun while you're all crazy with fear. Take good aim and then squeeze the trigger. And don't forget to finish them off. I think most of those creatures can be killed, even if they are tougher than people. Run away. Run away, run away, run away. Running away didn't do you any good, though. If you are this person. But this person is me. Did the person writing this memo even exist? Is this just another version of James? Plus the town? Alright, let's make our way to the apartment building. Our first major area. Oh, actually, before we go to the apartment... if we go all the way down here... the door that wakes in darkness, opening into nightmares. And 2 bloody, smudged handprints on the door here. Locked for now. Does he mark that on the map? Or just a locked door? Garbage. No use for that. That's the HD collection in there, by the way. Any relation between the hole in the bar and the holes in Silent Hill 4? I don't think so, really. As far as, like, direct connections between the stories or anything, no. Well, here's our map, just waiting for us. Health drink. Love the apartment building. Love the aesthetic in this place. Just the colors, the lighting, all the graffiti. Everything looks so handcrafted and meticulous in this place. All the rooms feel so unique. Let's save. There's James's blurry reflection. The peeling walls look so good. The decay in this game looks so good. Just the dirt and the grime, the patches taken out of the floor. Look at these walls. And this super claustrophobic corridor here. Yeah, I've always loved the visuals in the apartment. Something about it. Now, usually I forget to do this when I play the game, and I go straight to pick up the light. But I wanted to show it this time because it's interesting. If we come straight down to this room with the clock, check this out. No body sitting in the chair. This is going to change later. When we come back to this room, there'll be someone sitting in this chair. And I think the TV might even be turned on. But yeah, just something interesting to take note of. Maybe something to wonder about. Why? Why is there no body now? Oh, that's great. You can read the text clearly there without even interacting with it. The scars from the past shall remove the nail that stops time. Yeah, we can't do anything with this just yet. Will the game even let us read any of this shit? No, we need the light. The enhanced edition is really nice, man. This just feels so good to play. Just beautiful. A proper HD remaster. That's what this is. Fan made, yeah. Big project that they've been working on for years. The light already. Love this shot here from behind the mannequin. Where are those sounds coming from? This thing doesn't have a mouth. Coming out of the tips of those legs there. Just a mannequin. But these clothes. Well, if we look at our inventory, a photo of Mary, a photo from when she was still healthy. And those clothes look kind of familiar, don't they? Mary's clothes. Oh. Because we're playing with a completed file, I thought we might actually wait. Maybe I didn't save my maybe I didn't save my game after I completed it last time. But maybe it's still random to a degree. On NG Plus, you can find other memos here beside the sewing machine. A sewing machine. There's nothing special about it. Yeah, unique memos that you can only get here on NG Plus. That's a shame. There are arms and legs scattered all over the sofa. Luckily, they came from a mannequin. One thing that's interesting about this room as well is that you don't see this wallpaper anywhere else. We visit a lot of apartments. And this is what I like about the lack of copy-paste when it comes to the environment. We don't, it makes everything feel special and unique and deliberate. We don't see these birds in any other room. It makes it feel like it's tying into the story somehow, or it ties into the symbolism with Mary. Lovebirds, perhaps, or something like that. Let's go back. So we have our light. I want to go back down to this room to see if the body appears. I don't think it appears until you pick up the gun. Yeah. For a second, I thought the TV turned on. That would have been a crazy detail. Okay, up to the top floor. You think they're supposed to be doves, the birds? The classic breathing hallway. And here's where we get our gun. Look at this place. Look at how banged up this room is. Again, another really unique room. A handgun in a shopping cart. It's a shopping cart. What is that doing here? And the whole place covered in bullet holes. The wall is pockmarked with gunshots. So, kind of interesting now that picking up this gun triggers the body appearing in that room down there. Is that supposed to say anything? As soon as we pick up our weapon of murder out of the shopping cart, James's dead body appears in that chair. And what's interesting about that scene with James's body in that chair downstairs is that it's foreshadowing a scene at the very end of the game. Once James watches the videotape and finds out the truth, finds out what he did to Mary, he falls back into the chair just like the body. But we'll see that in a second. There's a key on the ground on the other side of the bars. Look at these shadows, man. So nice.
Ow! Hey, wait! Damn it.
I can't reach it no matter how far I stretch. But who's that kid? These shadows look so nice, so much better than how the PC version looks normally. In the PC version, the shadows are all they're like sharp and jagged almost. Here they're really nice and soft, a lot like almost identical to how it looks on the PS2. These shadows were next level for the time as well, by the way. This is the PC version, but with the enhanced edition patch. Silent Hill 2, Dom. And it's not even close. This game is all about the shadows. MGS2 doesn't really go that wild with the shadows. It introduces them as a big deal on the tanker, but no, I would say this game's use of shadows is definitely a lot more impressive, technically. So now when we come back to this hallway, all the monsters are gone. And it's complete silence. Are they scared because I picked up a gun? What was that? Some kind of noise north of here. Or are they scared of this guy? I love that when you turn off the light, he has this deep red glow. You never see him looking like that at any other point in the game, where he's just like glowing like that. And only when the light is off. That's pretty wild, isn't it? Just staring at us. I got the key to room 202. Love this image here. Like something was dragged underneath the chair. The blood stain there, like something being pulled. And unlike all the other bodies we've been seeing up until this point, this one doesn't have a disfigured head. It looks even more like James. Look, there's his hair. There's James's hair. Kind of interesting that, you know, we've been seeing all these other James models, but they've all had disfigured heads, apart from this one.
Oh my God. Who could have?
Who could have? Who could have killed this person? Who could have done this? What kind of immoral monster could have done something like this? He's dead. Who could have done this? And yeah, the TV does come on as well. But yeah, like I was saying, remember this. Remember the exact position James is in. Right here. The way his head is slouched to the side. Because after we watch the videotape in the hotel at the end of the game, this is exactly what happens. He falls back into the chair in that exact same position. But yeah, I wonder if they're trying to draw some connection between picking up the gun and this appearing. And James, like, associating the gun with James's murder of Mary, perhaps? And drawing some symbolic connection here? I don't know. It is interesting that the body isn't here. His desire to kill himself, perhaps, or just the town trying to get him to see what he did, picking up the gun and now showing him this image that is directly connected to the truth of what happened, seeing the videotape, seeing him kill Mary. That's what he's looking at here, a version of himself right after he realizes what he's done. This note, it must be from the person who lived here. 3 needles stand of 3 different heights, the fat, the tall, and the thin. From slow to fast, they move to the right. Scott rests not on 3, but 15. So talking about the needles of a clock, obviously. Some kind of cathedral. I wonder what the deal is with this flower here. I wonder if it has any significance. At least I think we're looking at flowers on that wallpaper. Call packs with the 10 months. Thank you. What's this? Henry Mildred Scott. One of the easiest puzzles in the game. Hours, minutes, seconds. So we just match it up. Although, wait a second. Getting ahead of ourselves. We need to go to room 202 to get the clock key so we can open the clock. 202 is written on the top of the key. Got it in room 208. Fuma with the 34. Thank you. I don't think I'll do Born from a Wish, but maybe I'll do it tomorrow or the day after or something like that if I feel like it. Better. Oh, cool, man. This looks so good. I'll finally be able to watch this scene again without the broken widescreen. There are dead butterflies on the bed and ground. There's nothing else of interest here. So butterflies are a recurring thing in the game. Butterflies and moths. Butterflies as symbols of transformation, I think. Rebirth. Moths mainly as symbols of death. We see a butterfly tattooed on Maria's chest later on. Look at the moths or butterflies drawn up on the wall as well. That graffiti. Alright, let's stick our hand in the hole, shall we? It's too dark to tell for sure, but I think there's something on the other side of the hole. Will you investigate? And we get the clock key. Cool. If you have vibration working on your controller, you get you feel a vibration when James pulls his hand out, don't you? Unfortunately, I don't have vibration working at the moment, but I think you get a vibration when he pulls his hand out, when he gets shocked by something. Really cool how the moths follow us around here. How they follow the light. And if we turn the light off, they go back. So what's going on with the moths and the butterflies here? I guess it's kind of ominous, all these moths following James around. If you think about them as symbols of death. We're the angel of death. There's that red glow in the kitchen again. Like the demons attracted to the light, trying to get James to see the truth. Just kind of highlighting James as a killer, perhaps. All the dead butterflies, but the living moths. Big encyclopedia of butterflies and moths over there. There are dead butterflies on the bed and ground. Alright, let's go back. Oh, the colors, man. It's like a painting. Let me scroll up here. The keys are actually rendered in the hole. You can see them with the cam mod. Oh, nice. Not surprising, really, because I think you can see all the other keys rendered in the game. I wonder if you could see it from here. You know, you can see into that hole quite well from here. You can actually see something glistening at the very back. You might be able to see it from here. If your screen is big enough. Okay, we have the clock key. There is writing on the clock. The scars from the past shall remove the nail that stops time. Will you push the clock? Let's try. No matter how hard I push, it doesn't move. It's like it's stuck to the ground. So is this drawing a connection between the key that we found and again the scars from the past? Is this again supposed to be another abstract sort of nod to James's act? Obviously we know what James's scars from the past are, but the scars from the past removing the nail that stops time, removing the nail that allows us to change the time on the clock. I'm just thinking where we got the clock key from in that hole covered by moths and imagery of death and shit. This is something I never really did much before, or never really thought much about before, was drawing connections between the rooms and the areas, and how picking up the gun might be connected to something else that happens in another room, and how the images in the clock key room are supposed to be tied to images in this room. But I think that might be what they're going for here. You know, that there are supposed to be parallels and connections between the rooms, you know? Or at least other things that we see in other areas. You know, is there a reason for this body appearing here? Did we see something that caused this body to appear in this room because it wasn't here before? Is there a connection between where we found the clock key and the clock room itself? Finding the clock key in that hole surrounded by moths. Let's take a look here. Now that I think of it, there was a big clock in room 208. That's where we're standing right now, James. Okay. What was it? 9:10. Interesting that this is one puzzle that never changes depending on difficulty as well. The scars from the past shall remove the nail that stops time. Electric Bob, how's it going? Sorry if I'm missing any interesting comments, guys, or questions. I'm scrolling up every now and then just to make sure I've seen everything. Apartments, second floor. I got a health drink. Very tidy apartment. Look at this place. This kind of looks like a bit of hospital equipment, doesn't it? This little food trolley here. This tray on wheels. That's kind of interesting. Not really much of note in this place. Here's where Pyramid Head was standing. Big blotch of blood on the ground there, it looks like. Do I buy into the idea that the town is giving James a chance by handing him the flashlight and weapon and radio? I'm not sure how to answer that. I'm not sure how to answer that. You know, he finds the radio. Is the radio left there for him by the town? Is it another manifestation created by the town? I don't know. I guess I see the town as a sort of therapist for James. A very judgmental therapist. Or something like that. Come on. Actually, let's turn off the light. Ooh, I'm way down again. Wow. I'm really struggling to step on them as soon as they fall to the ground for some reason. Whoa. There we go. But yeah, I'm not really sure how we should look at the town in terms of helping him. You know, James wants to be punished, for starters. And the town brings some of his desires to life. Sort of tests him with things. through the monsters, makes him see what he's done through characters like Maria. Love the sound here. The town is punishing him, yeah, but I think he also, depending on what ending you get, he can overcome what happened and be forgiven. I think that's what the Leave ending is all about. Classic scene. Also another remarkably clean room here. Kind of funny considering what was going on here. So a lot of people see it as being this very sexual thing, the way he's holding on to the mannequin's legs. But not as explicitly sexual as the scene we get later on with the lying figure. Right before the fight with Pyramid Head. But for as iconic as this scene is, I'm still not really sure what to make of it. I'm still kind of confused by it, as well as what the mannequins represent. Is it just as simple as James's desire for another woman? The fact that he got sick of Mary and wanted his life back, tying into Maria being a replacement for Mary, his sexual desires, stuff like that. Again, just another hint at James's abuse, or not abuse, but again, just his murder of Mary. As we see Pyramid Head kill these creatures, I guess. The movements are so weird. The way the Pyramid Head's, the way he moves his arms around and he's not really holding on to the mannequin, but the mannequin is still moving around as he's waving his arms about. Like he's telekinetically controlling them or something. It's so weird, that scene. So weird. Yeah, the scene definitely has a pretty animalistic kind of vibe to it. Brutal. Let's take a look back in our closet here. Courtyard key. Another thing that would connect the scene to the idea of some kind of sexual abuse would be the Blue Velvet reference. It's a big reference to David Lynch's Blue Velvet. James hiding in the closet here, looking out. In Blue Velvet, Jeffrey hiding in the closet, looking at Frank abuse Isabella Rossellini's character. So easy to miss that key. Yeah. Yeah. You might not think to go back into the closet after the scene, but if you do, courtyard key. Key to the door which leads from the west side stairway hall to the courtyard. It says courtyard. Maybe Pyramid Head is taunting James. Jesus! And trying to say to him, you're not the nice guy you're trying to make yourself out to be. Yeah, well, like, Pyramid Head is a reflection of James, for sure. There's a painting hanging on the wall. It's some kind of strange landscape. The way he kind of pulls at the helmet as well. Right in front of James. I don't know why the music just set in there. But if we go back into that room, it continues to play this. And here we can finally get that key that was kicked by Laura. The fire escape key. Yeah, it does look like he's trying to get it off, like it's uncomfortable. And it's interesting how he's doing it right in front of James. And if you think of Pyramid Head as a reflection of James in a way, like he's trying to show him who he really is, perhaps. You think about it like that? I'm trying to show you that it's you you're looking at. Oh, I'm trying to, but I can't. When I played this, I noticed a small protrusion on the left side of Pyramid Head's helmet, and it kind of looked like he had a small cigar. Now I imagine Pyramid Head smokes after he not fucks mannequins. There's kind of a noticeable screw on one side. Apparently Ito was inspired by designs of tanks and stuff from World War II, German tanks. He made a few posts about it on Twitter, as well as posting a few images that were like proto Pyramid Heads from when he was in, from when he was studying art and stuff like that. And if we go to the end of this corridor, we get some canned juice. And I'm not going to check any of the other I'm not going to check any of the other doors. I can speak because I know they're all empty. We can just leave that hallway. Oh man, this enhanced edition looks so nice. Anything to say about that? No. And let's head out to the courtyard. Another few apartments to the side. And a big swimming pool. Let's lure these guys over. Oh, come on, catch up. There we go. Grab the coin. A baby carriage in a swimming pool. Kind of an ominous image. More connections to water again. You know, one thing I always, well, not that I always wondered about, but something I started wondering about fairly recently on one of my last playthroughs was, and I'm not sure if this is the case, but I started to wonder if there was some kind of rift between James and Mary with regards to having a kid. I'm not sure if anyone else has brought this up, but I thought maybe some of Mary's lines during the letter hinted at that. And, you know, the fact that she wanted to adopt Laura, maybe suggesting that she couldn't have kids. But Mary, and one of Mary's lines in the letter says, "I know I've done something terrible to you. Something that you could never forgive me for. I wish I could change that, but I can't." Or something to that effect. That's not exactly how the dialogue goes, but it's almost there. And when I first read it, I just thought she was talking about her sickness and how she behaved while she was sick, the way she lashed out at him and told him to fuck off and all that. And I think maybe that is what it means. But then, for some reason, a couple of playthroughs ago, I thought that that just didn't seem right. That it felt like she was talking about something in their past. And that was the only thing I could think of. That maybe Mary lied about being able to have kids or something like that. And that it could have tied into her desire to adopt Laura or something. Again, I could be completely wrong. And I think maybe I am. But it was just something that struck me. I think maybe even the last time I played. When I heard that dialogue, I was like, what is she talking about there? I know I've done something terrible to you. Something that you should never forgive me for. I wish I could change it, but I can't. Like, is she really talking about her sickness there? It really makes James seem like an asshole if she's just talking about her sickness, you know, apologizing for being so sick. Fair enough, apologize for lashing out. Because wait, doesn't she apologize for lashing out in another separate piece of dialogue? Maybe she doesn't. Yeah, I don't think the theory is that outlandish. But we'll see. I'll think about it a bit more, and we'll see when we get to the letter at the end of the game. Oh, fuck off. I really should just use a gun. Body in a fridge. What the? Who could have done this?
It wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Do what?
I didn't do anything. I swear. He was like this when I got here.
My name's James. James Sunderland.
Eddie.
Eddie. Who's that dead guy in the kitchen?
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't kill anybody.
You're not friends with that red pyramid thing, are you?
Red pyramid thing? I don't know what you're talking about. Honest. But I did see some weird looking monsters. They scared the hell out of me, so I ran in here.
Well, I guess this place isn't too safe either. What happened here anyway?
I told you, I don't know. I'm not even from this town. I just...
You too, huh? Something just brought you here, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
Well, whatever it is, I think you better get out of here soon.
Yeah, you're right. What about you?
I'll leave as soon as I'm done here. Eddie, be careful.
James, you be careful too.
I think Eddie does that a few times, you know, where he's about to say something or confess to something, but he's like, nah, then he just stops. No, you be careful too. I think there was another moment of dialogue similar to that earlier in the scene. I guess it's interesting that James and Angela both tell you their clear goals about why they're here, but Eddie seems to sort of shy away from it. He doesn't really tell you exactly why he's here. Angela looking for her mother. We're looking for Mary. If we come back inside...
Eddie, are you okay?
Yeah, I guess.
Love how the flashlight looks. Oh, it looks like a bloody handprint on the door there. Blood mark. I don't think I've ever noticed that before. Playing on a smaller screen. We go into this room right beside Eddie. We have all these football posters. Remember we were talking before about Eddie's history with football players, shooting football players, as we'll learn later. And right next to him here is a room full of football posters. Football on the ground. Don't think that's a coincidence. R.I.P. written beside this guy. Did you kill that guy, Eddie? The wall is covered with football posters and meaningless graffiti. I couldn't care less about either of them. Blaze. What does that say, that word beginning with F? Face? No. Fail? Fade? Fade. So yeah, pretty cool. Just a very early hint that there's some association between football and Mr. Eddie here. Yeah, regarding Eddie's monsters, you do have to wonder what they look like, especially with this body out here. Was this one of Eddie's monsters right here? Are we seeing it as a normal human? Whereas it looks more like a monster to Eddie, kind of like what they do with Maria and Angela's father later. Where I think the suggestion is that Angela sees the abstract daddy monster more like her father, whereas we see it as this grotesque monster. To hell. Love how banged up this whole place is. Just a mess. Something about these apartments, man. I just love it. The decay. Look at that curtain over there. Look how good that looks. If you watch the making of Silent Hill 2, usually I bring this up at the start of the game, where it's a bit more relevant when you're in the bathroom. In the making of, they talk about how the bathroom was like their visual Bible for the game. That first area that you start in. I think it was probably the first area that they created in the game to serve as an example of the game's overall style. And they talk about how they went for they wanted to create a sense of simultaneous attraction and repulsion, which always stuck with me for some reason. And I guess you can kind of see it when you're going through the areas. There's something, you know, everything's rotten and decaying, but there really is something attractive about it as well. You know, it's not completely grotesque or gross to look at. I don't think anyway, you know, it's there's a beauty in it. I think I saw someone else say as well about the colors that they use, that for the most part the game uses a lot of warm color tones, which contrasts interestingly with all the decay. So you have a lot of warm, inviting color tones, but yeah, that decay on top of it. A sightseeing brochure for the town is lying here. Welcome to Silent Hill. Silent Hill, a quiet little lakeside resort town. We're happy to have you. Take some time out of your busy schedules and enjoy a nice restful vacation here. Row after row of quaint old houses, a gorgeous mountain landscape, and a lake which shows different sides of its beauty with the passing of the day from sunrise to late afternoons to sunset. Silent Hill will move you and fill you with a feeling of deep peace. I hope your time here will be pleasant and your memories will last forever. Editor, Roger Widmark. We see this again in Silent Hill 3 as well. This exact same Memo. Painting is displayed here. There's nothing of particular interest. Cheers, Roger. Jay Dory, thank you for gifting a sub to Last Angel. Also, Bibby, thank you for the 3. Jay Dory, did I thank you for your gifted sub to Phantom Boss as well? Thank you. Gorlab with the 14 and the 13 in a row. Pink Floyd with the 8. Fuma with the 34. Colpax with the 10. Small Clone with the 4. Bad Bunny with the 4. Decker with the year. Nirvana with the 3. Vove with the 14. Sonoman with the 13. Yama, Lettuce, Doubloon. Cheers, everyone. Hey, cheers, Jay Dory. I feel like we get too many specifics about the other characters for them to feel like manifestations born from James's mind. You know, they feel, especially Angela, you know, who's really fleshed out as her own character with her own history. Where there are like distinct differences drawn between the experiences of Angela and James. You know, when Angela says to James, oh, you see it too, when we see her Silent Hill. For me, it's always like this. When she's talking about the flames that surround her all the time, while now we're only getting to see them. I don't think it really works if Eddie and Angela are just manifestations there to say something about James. They seem much more their own characters, I think. Plus, Laura interacts with Eddie. Yeah. Yeah. And we find out that Laura can't see the monsters. Can't see the manifestations. Like Laura can't see Maria either. You know, Maria is clearly a character, a manifestation born from James's desires. But with Angela and Eddie, well, I really don't think so. I feel like it would really undermine the ideas that the subject that they're dealing with when it comes to Angela as well, you know? Her sexual abuse and trauma and history with her family and all that. First of all, it would be weird to apply that to James in any way. But it would also just feel like it would be undermining the whole character as well and the subject, I think. But yeah, I don't know. I think when you look at it closely, I don't think it's... I don't think they're James's manifestations. The garbage bag is torn and the contents are strewn all over. I got a coin, old man. Right? Time for some Walter Sullivan references if you were watching my Silent Hill 4 playthrough. What's this? Some gossip magazine, eh? The police announced today that Walter Sullivan, who was arrested on the 18th of this month for the brutal murder of Billy LaCane and his sister Miriam, committed suicide in his jail cell early on the morning of the 22nd. According to the police statement, Sullivan used a soup spoon to stab himself in the neck, severing his carotid artery. By the time the guard discovered him, Sullivan was dead from blood loss, the spoon buried 2 inches in his neck. An old schoolmate of Walter Sullivan's from his hometown of Pleasant River said, he didn't look like the type of guy who would kill kids. But I do remember that just before they arrested him, he was blurting out all sorts of strange stuff, like, he's trying to kill me, he's trying to punish me. The monster, the red devil. Forgive me. I did it, but it wasn't me. The schoolmate then added, I guess now that I think of it, he was kind of crazy. Really cool memo. So when you read this, it might be easy to just forget about Silent Hill 2 and just think about Silent Hill 4, because all of this becomes a major part of Silent Hill 4's story. Or, well, you know, it deals with Walter, who becomes a major character of Silent Hill 4. But when this was written, I don't think they had anything in mind regarding Silent Hill 4. They weren't thinking, hey, let's foreshadow something that we're going to do in 2 games from now. I don't think they had that in mind at all. So it's just interesting to consider what this means within the context of this story. And again, I think it's there just to draw parallels between Walter and James, perhaps, and just how a normal person can go crazy. Let me just look at it again. Article about murder incident. You know, how does this apply to the story of Silent Hill 2? Murder and suicide. An old schoolmate. He didn't look like the kind of guy who would kill kids. I kind of think of James, you know, just your standard everyman. Doesn't look like the kind of guy who would kill his wife. But I do remember that just before they arrested him, he was blurting out all sorts of strange stuff, like, he's trying to kill me, he's trying to punish me. The monster, the red devil. Forgive me, I did it, but it wasn't me. Of course, you can apply this to James as well. It's hard. I think Silent Hill 4 recontextualizes the red devil, and we find out that the red devil was, in Walter's story, was one of his victims and someone who worked for the cult. But here I feel like it has to be applied to Pyramid Head. He's trying to punish me. That's what Pyramid Head is in this game. He's a punisher. He's an executioner, brought about by James's desire for punishment. So they're definitely drawing some parallels here between Walter's story and James. A normal guy on the surface, but with the capability to do these awful things, and then going crazy, trying to punish me. I did it, but it wasn't me. Like another part of him that killed Mary, that he's now detached himself from. The schoolmate then added, I guess now that I think of it, he was kind of crazy. But yeah, I remember I used to always just kind of disregard that memo. I was just like, oh, here's this cool little Silent Hill 4 tie-in. Look, references to Walter. But when this game, when it was written, I don't think it was written primarily to set up a story in Silent Hill 4. It was there to draw a parallel to James, I think, more than anything. Could you explain how Silent Hill came to be cursed? Well, a lot of that is kind of shrouded in mystery. You know, it's the town's history and the Native Americans that once lived there and the spirits of the town that go way back. So it's just it's this old spiritual place where these spirits have resided, I think, for hundreds of years. The article could be there just because both James and Walter are murderers, even if the scale and context are way different. Yeah, I mean, like, there are big parallels to draw there. The whole thing with the Red Devil trying to punish me. He's trying to punish me. I did it, but it wasn't me. It really feels like they're really talking about James there more than another character. Or, you know, using Walter as some kind of metaphor for James. Same, like, it's similar to what we see when we get to the hospital later on. You know how we read about all these other hospital patients? Like, and they all have names beginning with J. Joseph Barkin, Jack, someone. You know, we're reading about these other patients, but what we're really reading about is James. You know, that's what it feels like it's really getting at, especially Joseph, who is this recurring patient that we read about again and again in the hospital sequence. But we're getting ahead of ourselves there. We'll talk about that when we get there. Hey, what's up, Dave? How's it going? I'm just scrolling up here, seeing if I missed anything. Bad Humans. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but you can paste whatever you like. Sato had his backstory for Silent Hill Origins. Are you talking about Walter? Sato had a whose backstory? Or the Red Devil? The Red Devil is the executioner Jimmy Stone, Walter's first victim. Yeah. But I reckon when they were writing that dialogue or that description for this game, it was intended to be a reference to Pyramid Head. But of course, they had to change that when they actually made a character about a real Walter Sullivan, because Pyramid Head was designed to be a monster exclusively for James. So the Red Devil had to become something else in order to not conflict with the story of this game. I would say. There's no fire escape outside the door. Maybe they knocked it down when they built the building next door. I think I can get into the building next door if I go through the window in front of me. Always love this little scene here. Like we're going into the other world or something. That's what it feels like. Like there's a big transition happening. But there isn't really. You know, it's not like we're entering a world full of rust and blood now. But it kind of feels like we're going into some other, like we just went through a portal. Especially with how unnaturally the buildings are beside each other. There's an old broken down bed here. I really like how subdued they are with the other world transitions in this game. Like with the hotel, where the first part of the hotel is actually the illusion, whereas the second half of the hotel is like the real hotel when it's burned down. That's how I see it anyway. It looks like there's something stuck inside the toilet. Of course I'll take it out. Oh, God. Jesus. It looks like a wallet. There's some kind of memo in it. Dave's favorite puzzle here. But we're playing on normal riddle difficulty this time, so we don't get any VVs. We don't get any Roman numerals. So it's simple. 1, 18, 15, 12. One, 18, 15. Oh! Fucking analog sticks. Shit. What was the code again? One, 18, 15, 12. Okay. There we go. Some bullets. We don't have to do that puzzle. That's completely optional. We just get some extra ammo if we do. Slightly flooded this side of this part of the apartment complex. It's locked. There's a note stuck on the door. Dear Tim, I have to run an errand, so I'm going out. I left the house key with Uncle David. You know where he lives, don't you? The key is in the room near the first floor staircase. I'll be back as soon as I can, so please watch the place while I'm gone. Okay. Love when the mannequins are just completely still. Love that. I'm on normal, crazy face. Another map. I really like that. Hold on, let me go back. This shot here, really nice. Something about it. Yeah. A stuffed animal. It probably belonged to the kid that used to live here.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, I'm James.
Angela.
Angela. Okay. I don't know what you're planning, but there's always another way.
Really? But you're the same as me. It's easier just to run. Besides, is what we deserve.
No, I'm not like you.
Are you afraid? I'm sorry.
It's okay. Did you find your mother?
Not yet. She's not anywhere.
Did she live in this apartment building?
I don't know.
So, all you know is she lived in this town.
What did you say? How do you know that?
Well, I just figured, 'cause this is where you're looking for her. How else would I know?
Yeah.
Am I right?
I'm so tired.
So, why did you come to this town anyway?
I'm sorry. Did you find the person you're looking for?
Not yet. Her name's Mary. She's my wife.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Anyway, she's dead. I don't know why I think she's here.
She's dead?
Don't worry. I'm not crazy. At least, I don't think so.
I've got to find my mama.
Should I go with you? This town's dangerous. Now I know what you meant back there in the cemetery.
I'll be okay by myself. Besides, I'd just slow you down.
What about that?
Will you hold it for me?
Sure. No problem.
If I kept it, I'm not sure what I might do. No! Oh, I'm sorry. I've been bad. Please don't.
Love it. What else do we have on the table here? A coin. Prisoner. And what's this on the ground? Very easy to miss this photo. A torn family photograph. Angela and her mother on one side and her father and brother on the other side. But you really can't make out the brother at all. He's completely covered, or almost completely covered. One interesting thing about that scene, I don't think they ever look at themselves in the reflection in the mirror. When James comes in, I don't think you ever see him look at the mirror. And Angela is looking at her own reflection, but through the knife, right? She's staring at her reflection on the knife, not at the mirror. I think. I don't think she ever looks at herself in the mirror either. One detail I really like in that scene is how Angela knows why she's here. You know, she knows James is, you know, completely blind to what's going on. And he doesn't want to hear any of it. You know? Completely rejecting that he's anything like Angela. But you're the same as me. It's easier just to run. Besides, it's what we deserve. You know, she knows they're here getting punished. That they've committed some kind of sin, or that they're here for some kind of punishment. Pretty interesting that Angela realizes that early on. But James doesn't realize until the very end. And even when he is faced with the truth, even when he does watch the videotape, depending on how you play, he can still reject what happened. even when it's right in front of him. I mean, I guess every time, to a certain degree, because after you watch the video, each time you hear Mary's voice on the radio right afterward, and that kind of gives him some kind of hope again. That's one of my favorite moments as well, when he just keeps going after he watches the videotape. It's Mary's voice. She's still there, even though I just watched the tape, which showed me murdering her. Which ending am I going for? I'm going to go for the leave ending, I think. Which is what I usually go for on these playthroughs. Because I'm a filthy James sympathizer. And I like to see him come to terms with what happened. And overcome it. That's how I see it anyway. I'd do the in-water ending more frequently if I liked the credits music, but I really don't like the credits music. Atrehu with the 3 months and the 1 month streak. Thank you. I think they're really trying to say something about Angela here as well. With the teddy bear. This is a very unique environmental detail. We don't see teddy bears in any other apartment. We don't get any description like this about any other bear. A stuffed animal. It probably belonged to the kid that used to live here. And while I don't think Angela lived here, I think it's supposed to say something about her past. A child's toy in this completely banged up home. This place looks really bad. This is one of the worst rooms we enter. This place is completely fucked. I think it's interesting how she's behind this sparkling clean, for Silent Hill standards, this sparkling clean white door as well. The banged up, boarded up door with the teddy bear beside it, and then this completely clean white door where we find Angela. Just little hints about her past, about her messed up childhood, about her abuse as a child. And obviously, same with the photograph here, cutting her father and brother out of the photograph. She does a lot of apologizing in that scene as well. Constantly apologizing, saying she's sorry for nothing. Again, tying into her abuse, believing she's guilty. The coin as well, I guess, would tie into her character. We find the prisoner coin here. The prisoner looks like a woman. Right, Delgay, yeah. Okay, I think we have all 3 coins. Hey, Martian. Happy Halloween. Do I know the little Easter egg with the coins? If you're talking about how you can flip the coins over to see the other side, I don't think that's an Easter egg. That's something that you need to do to solve the puzzle on extra riddle difficulty. If that's what you're talking about. I don't think we can do that unless we're on extra riddle difficulty, can we? Oh, the text around the coins. I remember reading something about it, but I can't I can't remember. Do tell. Yeah, I remember reading about it before. I just can't remember. Names of artists in the game or something like that? Developers? So it's Japanese text written in Romaji, then changed to appear like Greek using the symbol font in Windows. Basically, it's a little reference to some production babies during the development of the game. Production babies? The developers' kids? Kids born during the development. Oh, that's nice. There's nothing in the bookshelf that looks like it would be of any use. Three bright coins in 5 holes B. At one end sits the seducer of she. The wind from behind the woman doth play. The formless one, null, lies furthest from they. The old one beside the serpent sits not. 'Tis to the prisoner's left that he doth rot. And we have 5 holes. 3 coins, but 5 holes. Okay. Let me take a read through that again. 3 bright coins in 5 holes B. So that spells it out clearly that if you have 3 coins, you're good. At one end sits the seducer of she. So on one end sits the snake, I would think, the seducer. I guess you could maybe look at the woman as the seducer as well, but I think it is the snake. The wind from behind, the woman doth play. I think this indicates that the snake is at the far right, because that's the only way the woman could be behind the snake. If the snake is in the far left hole, the prisoner would not be able to come in from behind. The formless one, null, lies furthest from they. So I would think that is empty. The first hole is empty, formless. The old one beside the serpent sits not. 'Tis to the prisoner's left that he doth rot. Okay. I think it has to be one of two options. The snake for sure is going over here. On the other side, it's empty, I think, for sure. The prisoner is either here or here. And then the man is right beside the prisoner. I don't think this is right. I think I... Yeah. Just move it one space across, and that should be right. Hey! And the Linehouse Key, which is a reference to the director of Jacob's Ladder, I believe. Adrian Lyne. Isn't that his name? Adrian Lyne? Martian, thank you for gifting a sub tonight. What's up, Knight? Am I missing anyone else? Jay Dory, Bibby, Atreyu with the 3. Thank you, everyone, for all the subs, all the resubs, all the generosity. And now we're almost at the very end of the apartment section. Love it. Another strange pair of doors here. And this crimson red wallpaper covering the place. Handgun bullets. I can't remember if it's possible to make out what the whispers are saying. I certainly don't hear anything too comprehensible there. Apartment stairway key. On an envelope. Interesting. Another butterfly or moth on the book there as well. We can't see it, but on the other book that's facing this side, out the window, there's another butterfly or moth image on it. On the old widescreen patch that I had, I could see it. But now that they fixed it, you can't see it at all. All right, let's do it. Let's dance. Ooh. So, did you know that Pyramid Head actually has a tongue? Oh, you bitch. Let's see if we can get a good shot of his tongue here. There it is. There it is. Ugh. Lovely. You never knew? Yeah. People still don't know about that one. Pretty easy to miss. Oh. You can slow him down significantly by shooting him. And it also speeds up the fight. We can't kill him. The fight is completely time-based, but we can speed the timer up if we shoot him. But theoretically, we don't have to shoot him at all. We can just run away. Fuck. Oh my god. Oh, big slow-mo. Oh my god. Jesus. The tracking on that one. See you later, Pyramid Head. Fuck. I forgot what button I have set to reload. R3. I love the detail down here as well. All the mold and grime on the walls from being underwater. The decay. Look at the door there. Look at all that peeling. Hold on a second. Someone posted a long paragraph about Angela. I think it's very interesting how Angela's brother is always hidden from us, like his face being hidden in the photo. The newspaper doesn't mention him. That makes me think that the boarded door belongs to the brother and the shiny clean one is Angela's. Perhaps the brother died at an early point in Angela's life and her mother blames her for it. That's why we see her two corpses. That's why we see two corpses in her final scene, since she's fully convinced that she killed him. I don't know. The thing with her brother is interesting. I'm under the impression that she killed her. You know, why... Just the way that other figure is presented and during the staircase scene, right up there, parallel with the brother. I figured that was her doing, and just how she talks about her father and brother being here at the start and caressing the gravestone while mentioning both her father and brother. But yeah, it is weird how they don't really go into any detail regarding the brother. Her brother and father abused her, yes, but they make the abuse at the hands of her father explicit in the game. They don't with the brother. The brother is barely ever mentioned or referenced. Rich man, how's it going? Like, I never thought that her brother abused her, only after reading what Ito said about it. You know, the two figures during the burning staircase scene, I never thought one of them represented the brother and one of them represented the father.
You! It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who stepped on my hand.
I don't know. Maybe I did.
What's a little girl like you doing here, anyway?
Huh? Are you blind or something?
What's that letter?
None of your business. You didn't love Mary anyway.
Wait! How do you know Mary's name?
Laura always leading the way, always out of reach. Just a normal wall. The graffiti looks like it was done by a child. A bear and a cat. Why would anyone play the HD collection to begin with? Because it got good reviews. Because it unfortunately got good reviews. Go to Amazon and look up the HD collection. If you want to make yourself angry. And go read the reviews. IGN, the definitive way to experience these horror classics. That's what they said about Silent Hill HD collection. And they must have played the version that didn't have the day one patch. That's a review of a patchless HD collection. The definitive way to experience these horror classics. Oh my god. The HD collection patchless is it is an experience, that's for sure. Oh lord, the fog, the roads. Rosewater Park. So this is that park. Mary, are you here? So this has been our main objective up until this point. James has convinced himself that he's gonna see Mary here. This is the special place that she spoke of in her letter. Yeah, I mean, like, it makes sense that people picked up the HD collection, you know? Only people heavily involved with Silent Hill knew what was up with the HD collection. Only hardcore fans. Patrick Chester, son of Edward, he fought and died for the people, for liberty, and for all of our tomorrows. His memory lives on. Nice. More ammo.
Mary? No, you're not.
Do I look like your girlfriend?
No, my late wife. I can't believe it. You could be her twin. Your face, your voice, just your hair and clothes are different.
My name is Maria. I don't look like a ghost, do I? See? Feel how warm I am?
You're really not Mary.
I told you, I'm Maria.
Sorry. I was confused.
Where are you going?
I'm looking for Mary. Have you seen her?
Didn't you say she died?
Oh yeah, 3 years ago. But I got a letter from her. She says she was waiting in our special place.
And that's here? Anyway, I haven't seen her. Is this your only special place?
Well, there's the hotel too, I guess. The one on the lake? I wonder if it's still there.
The Lakeview Hotel? Yeah, it's still there. So, the hotel was your special place, huh? I'll bet it was. Don't get so mad. I was just joking. Anyway, it's not that way. It's this way.
You're coming with me?
You were gonna just leave me?
No, but...
With all these monsters around?
No, I just...
I'm all alone here. Everyone else is gone. I look like Mary, don't I? You loved her, right? Or maybe you hated her.
Don't be ridiculous.
So it's okay?
Yeah, fine.
Not too happy about that, James. That was a bit out of nowhere, that sudden judgment. What do you know about my relationship with your identical twin? Someone pointed this out to me last year. Just how it's interesting that there's no water here. And there's one shot in particular that they hang on during that scene where James and Maria are on one side, and then you have this lack of water on the other side over the pier. And you see a boat just sitting there. When James was talking about this place, he talked about how he spent the whole day here with Mary staring at the water. And now we come here and there's no water to be seen. It's completely dry. But yeah, if you go back and watch that scene, there's one shot in particular where they really highlight that area over there. And the lack of water that's there. Yeah, and just makes me think of how they use water to symbolize reflection, personal reflection. James thinking he will find the truth here, that he'll find Mary, but no, this replacement is waiting for him. Makes sense that this is where Maria would appear. He's conjured this idea in his head that he'll see Mary here, so he gets this other version of her instead. But I think maybe the lack of water is supposed to symbolize that as well, that, you know, that he's not seeing the truth here. Interesting, anyway. Come on, Maria. In memory of the 67 who died of illness and now sleep beneath the lake. I think the best way to think about Maria is that she's like a sort of test. Like I was saying at the start of the game with that first, you know, she's the first character we see in the game, the poster of her in the bathroom. I almost see the Maria ending as being worse than the In Water ending in terms of an outcome for James. To me, the Maria ending is the true bad ending. Even though he's alive at the end of it. Because at least with the In Water ending, he owns up to what he did. But with the Maria ending, it's like he didn't even come to Silent Hill. Like he never acknowledged what happened. He just rejected it and left with a Mary replacement. And it ends on such an ominous note. Maria getting sick again, or James saying, you know, we better do something about that cough. It just implies that the same thing is just going to happen again. Nothing will be learned from this. They don't even play the letter during the Maria ending, do they? I don't think they do. They walk up, they get in the car, they leave. I don't think Mary's letter plays. But yeah, Maria is a sort of test. Do you really love Mary? Did you really love Mary, or are you happy to take this monstrous replacement instead? Brand new Mary, shiny and out of the box. Look at how healthy she is. Your very own Mary Barbie doll. Amazing FMVs with Maria. So much nuance in those animations. And I think we see her more than any other character in the game in those fancy cinematic FMVs. I guess James, we probably see James as much as we see her, but they really seem to focus on her animations more than anyone else in those FMVs. Amazing facial animations for the time. Yeah, all done by one guy as well, Sato Takayoshi. Steel pipe. What? I have a completed file. Why are we not getting the Lost Memories book? Maybe because it's the enhanced edition, even though it recognizes my old save file. It's because this is my first time really playing the enhanced edition, something like that. No, on new, it shouldn't make a difference whether you play on new game. You can't load a completed file anyway. Yeah, you'll get new items here. Or you should get new items here after you complete the game on your next playthrough. Enhanced Edition revamped its save system at some point. Yeah, I figured it had something to do with the Enhanced Edition. That's okay. Actually, let's not go to the bowling alley just yet. Let's go all the way up here. I think we missed some quiet cocktails. I think we missed some lying figures just flop to the ground there. I think sometimes you'll see lying figures or mannequins just fly over the trees here. I think that's what we heard a second ago. So we're going all the way up to the Silent Hill Historical Society. We'll be coming up here later on. Anything happen if we try and go inside? Yes, sir. What's up? There it is. That's what I was talking about. I was hoping I'd get to show that. Giga computer. Baby Add Kids Superstore. Discount prices. Is that supposed to say baby and kids? Baby gift registry. Parking in rear entrance. Rear entrance. Silent Hill fresh meat. Is that the same cow that we saw earlier on the on that store cover? I think it was on that sign. So yeah, if somehow you get lost during this part of the game and you don't find your way to the bowling alley, and you come all the way up here, you'll find this, which marks the bowling alley. So now we know where to go. Another dead James corpse. Hey! Bundled up in a ball. Vaccine clinic. Relevant. There's another one. Jack's Inn. Beauty, rest, radio, TV. I don't think I looked at all these last time I played. Forgot how many signs there were. Pete's Bowl-orama. Food and drink. Texan Gas. SHT. Silent Hill Tavern? I think it says Silent Hill Tavern in the corner there. Silent Hill Times newspaper? I don't remember seeing this before. I think it might be the Silent Hill Times. There's something kind of funny about that. Is it Silent Hill Times? Silent Hill Team? I think it says Silent Hill Tavern. Silent Hill Tourism. I think it might be tourism. Another heal.
I'll wait here. I hate bowling.
I didn't come here to play, you know.
Hurry back, okay?
So what'd you do? Robbery? Murder?
Nah, nothing like that.
Huh, you're just a gutless fatso.
What'd you have to say that for?
I thought you said the cops were after you.
No, I just ran because I was scared. I don't know what the cops are doing.
But if you did something bad, why don't you just say you were sorry? Well, I guess I run away a lot too.
It's no good. They wouldn't listen. Nobody will ever forgive me. Did you find the lady you're looking for? What's her name? Mary?
Eddie?
Oh, you're...
James. We met in the apartment building?
Yeah, I remember, but...
Are you alone here, Eddie?
No.
Let's go after her.
Huh? Laura? But why?
Laura. Is that her name?
That's what she said.
This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza?
She said she was fine by herself. She said a fatso like me would just slow her down.
Forget you.
Classic. I love James's excited animations there as well. The way he points over and looks back. The arm movements are great there.
Who is that girl, anyhow?
I don't know. All I know is her name. I swear.
That tone from Eddie all the time. Always sounds like he's lying. I swear. Bow down. What he says to Laura as well. I can't tell anyone. No one will ever believe me. Feels like if he tells the truth, he won't be believed. Maybe that's something that's maybe hinting about Eddie's past as well. Of people not believing him when he does tell the truth. It's maybe how he wound up the way he is, being so cowardly and lying. Love how the camera doesn't come down with us here, but we can find an item that we can barely see on the screen here if we mash the X button. I think Laura is probably real. I love how the dialogue keeps playing in this room after the cutscene ends. When you first enter this room, you get the scene, and then as you walk through, you can still hear Eddie and Laura outside. Such a vibe with the music and their voices echoing from outside. Such a great part of the game in general. I love it. Feels like an intermission after the apartment building. Before we get to the hospital, we get to breathe and listen to some chill tunes and get some story scenes and meet some new characters. Love the pace.
Did a little girl run out of here?
Yeah, she was too fast for me. Aren't you gonna go after her?
So, we were talking a little bit about this earlier, but it's interesting that Maria says she doesn't want to come inside because she hates bowling. But I think it's more because other people would not be able to see her, or that they wouldn't see her the same way we see her. That they might see her as some kind of hideous monster. We never see Maria in the company of any other character. Apparently she was chasing after Laura there. Did Laura even see her? Probably not. We find out later that Laura doesn't see any of the monsters. And Maria is another manifestation. Maybe you wouldn't call her a monster, but she's of their kind. Laura is a real human girl, I think.
she went through there.
Is there any other way?
Yeah, there is. Right through there.
Interesting pan down there. But hasn't she, like, not aged in years? Who are you talking about, Laura?
James, you can't make it through there.
Aged in years. Well, you need to remember, Mary didn't die 3 years ago. Mary died, like, several days ago, or like a week ago. The whole 3 years thing is a part of James's delusion. But I also do like to question Laura's role or Laura's reality. I think Ito said that just when people asked him about it, I think he flat out said that she was real and she wasn't meant to be a ghost or a manifestation or anything like that. But I always was a little bit suspect. You know, how she does so well in this town by herself. How did she make it to the hotel? You know? She's even though she might not have to deal with monsters, she's doing quite well. How did she get here to begin with? Apparently she came here with Eddie. How did she meet Eddie? How did she get out of the hospital that she was staying in? Did she not, you know, did you would think she you know, the hospital wouldn't just let her leave by herself without being taken into the care of somebody. How did she get away from the people who were looking after her, assuming she had people who were looking after her? You know, her whole existence here is kind of strange. And just how she appears to have this sort of symbolic role in the story, the way she's always one step ahead of us and always kind of leading us and guiding us on. She's like some kind of guide. She knows all this stuff about Mary that we don't know, and she's always leading us, teasing us with this information. But yeah, I think she is supposed to be real. Did she even come from the hospital? She was staying at the same hospital as Mary. Yeah, Mary wanted to adopt Laura.
It's no good. It's locked.
Empty can, sink, cardboard box. None of them will be of any use. And here's where we get this note about James's drinking, which we were talking about earlier with regards to Neely's bar and what that was supposed to symbolize. Very easy to miss this. Liquor bottles. I don't need that right now. It's not that I don't drink. In fact, I drink a fair bit to get away from the pain, the loneliness. But the drinking never changes anything. Anyways, I don't need it now. There's something that I have to do. I wonder if James was drunk when he arrived in Silent Hill. Did he go drink driving to Silent Hill, and that's why the car was parked like that? Because if he was drinking, if he went on a bender to cope with the pain and loneliness, he was doing that, you know, a few days ago. He hasn't been drinking for years. Paradise. So of course this implies that Maria was employed here. She has the backdoor key. Heaven's Night. I love that little scene when she's taking out the key, the way James peers over at her like he's trying to get a sneaky look. Oh, where are you pulling that key out from? Hey, what's up, Blad? I see someone saying hello to Blad, but I don't see Blad. How's it going, man? All right, I hate that we have to leave now, because the music is gonna stop, but we're gonna have to do it. Oh, the visuals in this game, man! Look at this. Look at these colors. Look at this light. The floor, the decay. Ooh, that angle. Hold on a second here. What's your opinion? What's your opinion over when James and Laura meet again on that wall and have that weird dialogue? I'm not sure what you mean. When he meets her, when she's sitting on the wall. Yeah, her reaction when she says, "Are you blind or something?" Yeah, I used to think that was like one of the clearest indications that
Over there.
she wasn't real. You know, what does James say there? What's a little girl like you doing here anyway? Huh? Are you blind or something? Like, what's the implication there? That she isn't a little girl? That we can't see her for who she really is? That's what I thought it was. That's what I thought it meant initially when I saw that scene. But, what do you guys think? Did they fix this in the enhanced edition? I thought she means that James is blind as to what she's doing. Right, but how would James know what she's doing based off what he's seen of her so far? You know, we haven't seen her do much. We saw her kick our hand, and that's all we've seen. Are you blind or something? Could you not tell what I was doing by the way I kicked your hand earlier? But I think that might make the most sense, Crash Moon. That it's more like a taunt, taunting James for not knowing what she knows, I guess. It really feels like a revealing piece of dialogue. You know, like surely that's what most people think when they hear that for the first time. Like, huh, are you blind or something? Like, it really makes you wonder, wait, what's going on? Is she not real? Is she not a little girl? Are we not seeing her for what she is? Like, I feel like that would really jump out as the obvious thing to think when she says that. But maybe not for some people, I don't know. I don't think Laura has some grand knowledge of what Silent Hill is to these people, Paul. But she obviously does question James's love for Mary. Laura saw James several times when he went to visit Mary in the hospital. And we find out later that she never really liked him when she came to visit Mary. I guess that could also be it, Andy, that when she's saying, are you blind or something, it's more with regards to the town. You know, when he says, like, what are you doing here? As if here is a really bad place to be. Like, what's a little girl like you doing here? As if it's... But whereas she sees it as not being so strange. Because it isn't a foggy, scary town full of monsters to her. I think that sounds like the most likely option. Yeah, I'm chilling. I'm playing here. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's probably it. All right, we have arrived at the hospital. Hold on. We try and exit.
Where are you planning to go? But we haven't found Laura yet.
James's face. Excuse me?
Where are you planning to go? But we haven't found Laura yet.
That's a Fatska expression. He's given her the Fatska eyes there. It seems to be about the patients hospitalized here. Did I play these games on release? I played Silent Hill 1 and 2 on release, yeah. Or very shortly after their release. So we have a list of patients here. Jack Davis. He has attempted suicide 3 times in the past for reasons unknown. Although he is normally a model patient who follows doctors' and nurses' orders, he must be watched closely due to his past pattern of sudden and violent suicide attempts. Joseph Barkin. His illness seems to be rooted in the fact that he believes he is guilty of causing his daughter's death. His symptoms suggest a psychotic break and paranoid delusions. Normally calm, but has a tendency towards violence when excited. Joshua Lewis. History of hospitalization as well as numerous assault, battery, and other violent offenses. He has a strong persecution complex and a tendency to solve things through violence. Extreme caution is necessary. So the interesting thing about this is that all of the names begin with J. We have Jack, Joseph, and Joshua. And of course, our name is James. So that's kind of interesting. Again, I wonder about the reality of this situation. Were these real patients? Is this something conjured up by the town to reflect James so James can look at himself through these people? Or is it a mixture of both? Probably maybe a mixture of both. He has attempted suicide 3 times in the past for reasons unknown. Although he is normally a model patient who follows doctors' and nurses' orders, he must be watched closely due to his past pattern of sudden and violent suicide attempts. Joseph is the character we see mentioned many times throughout this hospital sequence. The other 2 guys, they're only mentioned here, I think. But Joseph, he plays a role throughout this whole sequence. And I think originally there was another character in mind that was going to play a role in this game. There was going to be a character called Joseph. Maybe he wasn't Joseph Barkin, but originally Joseph was going to be another main character in this game and another manifestation, I think. Another Maria type figure. His illness seems to be rooted in the fact that he believes he is guilty of causing his daughter's death. His symptoms suggest a psychotic break and paranoid delusions. Normally calm, but has a tendency towards violence when excited. Well, we have James, who believes he's guilty of causing his wife's death deep down. And he is. Normally calm, but has a tendency towards violence when excited. I think this is supposed to be applied to James as well. And his ability to snap at someone. You know, James is obviously quite calm on the surface, but he's also murdered his wife. And later on in the hospital sequence, we get another scene with Laura where he snaps at Laura right after he tells her that he won't shout at her or something like that. He asks Laura to tell him about Mary. And then he snaps at her and goes, "You liar!" And Laura gets scared. He's like, "I'm sorry, Laura." Well, I think that's interesting. And maybe this is supposed to be a tie-in to that aspect of James's psyche. I forget exactly how that dialogue plays out, but yeah, we'll see it later on. Laura says something that conflicts with James's timeline, his false timeline that he's created for himself with regards to the 3 years. I think Laura mentions having interacted with I think Laura mentions having interacted with Mary like a year ago or something. And he snaps at her, "You liar!" Joshua Lewis, history of hospitalization as well as numerous assault, battery, and other violent offenses. He has a strong persecution complex and a tendency to solve things through violence. Extreme caution necessary. Let me see here. Don't you think this could refer to all the main characters as opposed to James specifically? I'm not sure what you mean. Are you talking about these characters right here that we're talking about, that we're reading about? Possibly. Possibly. It's just the fact that they all have a name starting with J. It really feels like they're trying to draw a parallel between James explicitly, I think. But I mean, you could probably apply a lot of these to all three characters. Like they all seem to have suicidal tendencies. I think, you know, James can kill himself in one of the endings. Angela is clearly suicidal. She's we see her with the bloody knife. She seems like she was cutting herself in that room with the mirror. And the more we examine that knife, the higher the chance of getting the in water ending, the suicide ending. Psychotic break and paranoid delusions. Joseph definitely seems to be the closest to James here, I think. Maybe not paranoid delusions, but delusions. I'm not sure if you would describe what happened to James as a psychotic break. Like, if you were to describe it clinically, I don't know how you describe it. Some kind of dissociative disorder where, you know, you kill someone and then block out the memories of that event to keep yourself sane. Some kind of dissociative thing. Something is written on it. I wonder, did they? I think did the developers say they were inspired by Lost Highway? Some pretty similar story elements in Lost Highway, where a character kills his wife and then to deal with it, he goes on to live in a delusion, trying to convince himself that it didn't happen, tries to exist as another person. The potential for this illness exists in all people, and under the right circumstances, any man or woman would be driven, like him, to the other side. The other side, perhaps, may not be the best way to phrase it. After all, there is no wall between here and there. It lies on the borders where reality and unreality intersect. It is a place both close and distant. Some say it isn't even an illness. I cannot agree with them. I'm a doctor, not a philosopher or even a psychiatrist. But sometimes I have to ask myself this question. It's true that to us his imaginings are nothing but the inventions of a busy mind, but to him there simply is no other reality. Furthermore, he is happy there. I love that line. It's true that to us his imaginings are nothing but the inventions of a busy mind, but to him there simply is no other reality. Furthermore, he is happy there. So why, I ask myself, why in the name of healing him must we drag him painfully into the world of our own reality? The idea that someone is living happily in their madness, in their false reality. Why should we bring them into our reality? Is our reality any more real? What if this patient what if this patient what if they don't like our reality? What if they were living a better life in their own delusion? Something else is written by hand. I got the key from Joseph. It's probably the key to that box. I got the purple bull key. I'd love to know what this key is referencing, or like what a purple bull is supposed to symbolize, if anything. Maybe it's just some kind of inside reference that has no meaning. It's a weird looking key as well. A purple bull is drawn on it. It was on the desk in the document room. Of course, you'd have to think that this is also describing the other world, possibly when the realities shift and change, which we do see for the first time in the hospital here. When the hospital changes, it lies on the borders where reality and unreality intersect. It is a place both close and distant. Great little bit of audio here. We listen to the sound now. But then when we approach the door here, love that. The breathing is coming from the other side. Cool. I don't think we can enter any of these other rooms. From a Silent Hill 2 wiki blog, there are no such things as purple bulls. And this is imagery typically found upon any kind of key. Purple is royalty, purple is wealth. A bull market is a term used in the stock market, indicating that prices are expected to rise, and there is a giant statue of a bull on Wall Street. Purple bull seems to relate to opulence. I'm not sure how we could apply that to the story of Silent Hill 2. And what's going on here with Joseph and James. I was aware of purple being associated with royalty in that, but yeah, who knows? Ah, you bitch. Here we have the lovely bubblehead nurses. The bubblehead nurses who are getting smothered by a condom that's wrapped around their heads, which is supposed to evoke James smothering Mary. That's lovely, isn't it?
Ow.
What's wrong?
I just pricked myself.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Ooh, that bear looks nice. I got a bent needle. Just a normal stuffed animal. There's nothing else. Jack. Another J. Another Jack. He kind of looks a bit like James as well. The hair. There's a shotgun in the locker. Doesn't look like there's anything useful here. So I think Laura was the one who put that bear there, because we'll see her later on playing with a bunch of bears that are just like it. So maybe that was a trap set up just for James. This is no time to be looking at a stupid poster. Now I'm just thinking about Maria on the poster at the start of the game. We have a real living poster here for James. There's something inside the pocket of the white lab jacket. I got the examination room key. A bear market is the opposite of a bull market. Really makes you think. Is it really? There's a white lab jacket. Yeah. Examination room key is written on the tag. Found it in the pocket of the white lab jacket in the men's locker room. Wait, what? A bear market is the opposite of a bull market? Mont, Thorben are agreeing with this? I thought Fishmans was talking shit. Fishmans, you're just talking shit, aren't you? How are bulls? Bulls go up, bears go down? Explain. Jake, thank you for the 14 months. Oh, more stock exchange terms. Bull and bears. So how do we tie economics into the story of Silent Hill 2? And how do we tie the stock market in? Ha! Goes to show how much I know about the stock market. The way Maria situates herself in some of these rooms. Like, we open the door and she's just there at the back of the room, ominously. Lapis eye. She does kind of stand around like some kind of mannequin. Kind of cool. Like, in some rooms, she won't just walk around and follow you. She'll just stand there. There's another weird detail regarding these nurses as well, isn't there? If you look at their face, they have like a red piece of paper in front of their faces. And I think there's also the image of a young baby, like a blurred sort of image of a baby morphed into their faces. Almost impossible to see in the game. But I remember Ito posting about it on Twitter. But I don't think he revealed much. He just kind of showed it, but he refused to elaborate. Which I like, by the way. I like that he doesn't just reveal what all these things mean. A television, it seems to be broken. We have the Lapis Eye key. I don't think we really need to go anywhere else here just yet. Pyramid scheme. There's our connection. That's what Pyramid Head truly represents. Oh my god. There's a typewriter here. I've got no use for this. Wait a minute. What's this? There's a sheet of carbon paper still stuck in the typewriter. I can still read the imprint left on it. I know it. I know the number of the box, 6733. It can help him anymore. The button key doesn't scare me, so nobody can stop who I am. I don't know who I am, is who I am, is who I am is. Slightly different on normal riddle difficulty. I forgot about that. Even though this is never a riddle that you have to figure out, they changed the dialogue. It's similar on hard riddle difficulty, but a bit different. So nobody can stop who I am. I don't know who I am. Is who I am. Is who I am is. We need to go back down to the first floor with our examination key. God. You're kind of scary just standing there again, Maria. There are medical records on the desk. Nothing particularly interesting. I don't remember Maria being so ominous before. I think it might be because I'm playing on a bigger screen. Third floor patient wing hall, 7335. Okay. Don't think there's anything else we can do here. There's a memo hanging on the refrigerator. Food only. Do not store drugs. Oh, this sound. One of my favorites.
James. Wait a minute. I'm kind of tired. It's just a hangover.
You should rest.
So comfy.
I'm gonna go look for her. For Laura. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Oh my god, man. Well, let's take this key just sitting in this pool of blood here. I got the roof key. Something so eerie when James puts his hand on her and, you know, gets her to sit down, standing over her here. Really feels like it's foreshadowing Mary's death. Like the same thing is repeating again, or could repeat again. Maria taking her pills. Is she sick now too? The way that scene begins, though, I think that's my favorite part. Just that sound and the shot of Maria sitting on the bed where nothing is being said. So unnerving. Like there's something not quite right about this situation. Well, there are a lot of things not quite right about it. Maria's whole existence is obviously a little bit suspicious.
I'll be okay soon. Did you find Laura? James, I want to ask you something. What if you can't find Mary? What will you do?
I haven't thought about that.
All right, we're leaving Maria alone for now. I think this is the room where we get a phone call from Leonard in Silent Hill 3. Looks like the same room. James really moves like a killer. He's cutting these guys down. The square is a save point. And what do we have here? There's something written on the wall. Louise, I'll take care of you forever. It's my destiny. And we have 4 locks. The purple bull key. That's 1. I guess that slides through that slot there. The lapis eye key. And what did we read on the carbon paper? 6733. And we're missing 1. 4 locks. Forever. And if you remember, the doctor mentioned Joseph's box. At least I think he did. I think the implication is that this belongs to that Joseph Barkin figure that we read about. Something else is written by hand at the end of this. I got the key from Joseph. It's probably the key to that box. Got the key from Joseph. So maybe not Joseph's box, but I'm kind of getting the impression that it is. And maybe Louise is the daughter. We read that he believed he was guilty of causing his daughter's death. There's something stuck in the drainage pipe. The hole is too small. I can't get my hand inside to reach it. Maybe if I had a long, narrow tool of some kind. Well, we don't have anything yet. The bent needle won't work. There's something on the floor. Is this a diary? May 9. Rain. Stared out the window all day. Peaceful here. Nothing to do. Still not allowed to go outside. May 10. Still raining. Talked with the doctor a little. Would they have saved me if I didn't have a family to feed? I know I'm pathetic, weak. Not everyone can be strong. May 11. Rain again. The meds made me feel sick today. If I'm only better when I'm drugged, then who am I anyway? May 12. Rain as usual. I don't want to cause any more trouble for anyone, but I'm a bother either way. Can it really be such a sin to run instead of fight? Some people may say so, but they don't have to live in my shoes. It may be selfish, but it's what I want. It's too hard like this. It's just too hard. May 13. It's clear outside. The doctors told me I've been released. that I've got to go home. And if you look at the page there, you see a mad, jagged scribble at the end. It took quite a turn on the 13th, didn't it? Did this actually happen? The diary ends here. There are no more entries. What was a diary doing up here? I wonder if this adds to the in water ending. And I wonder if we have to read this. I always read this, but I'm not sure if you have to. Yeah, the implication would be that he jumped here, right? This suicide, some kind of suicide note up here. These barricades put up to prevent people from committing suicide up here, possibly. Maybe suggesting that they were put up after this guy killed himself. This does add to the in water ending, and you don't need to read it to progress. The door won't open. Something is holding it closed from the other side. I guess this happens whether you read that note or not. It won't open no matter how hard I try. Kind of interesting that we go falling down there ourselves after reading that. From our own desire to be punished. So I guess it's another thing that's drawing a parallel between James and the patients. Like most people you read about in this game. They seem to be there to also say something about James. Let's heal ourselves up. Something is written on the wall. If Joseph looks calm, he can be taken out of his cell. Again, Joseph. And now we have to enter Joseph's cell. There's something written on the wall. Turn, turn, turn the numbers. Better not forget them, so I'll write them down here. The other one, my secret name. I love this, man. This little section. The other one, my secret name. Is the secret name James? Is this Joseph talking about his other self who is actually us? Is there a real Joseph? Really feels like we're kind of taking his place here. Something just so ominous about James standing in here. In Joseph's cell. 4776, I think. Swirl the numbers. Better not forget them. So I'll write them down here. $10 balls. Is it 10 balls? I think it's 10 balls, isn't it? cotton balls. All right, we have the last key. 4776, I think that's what it was. Bum, bum, ba-dum. Well, there's nothing inside the box. No, I'm wrong. There are a few hairs inside. I got a piece of hair. A piece of hair from Joseph's box. Long brown hair. It was in that box. Well, what if we combine the piece of hair with the bent needle? Oh, you can't do it until you get to the... You don't create it as its own item. I forgot about that. I was thinking I was playing Resident Evil for a second. You don't combine items like that in Silent Hill. I got an elevator key. Because of course there'd be an elevator key down there. I love this mad logic that we're using. Using a hair to take something out of a drain. You know? Usually you'd think of drains being clogged up with hairs. There's nothing in the hole. No fishing minigame, no, unfortunately. Alright, now we can take the elevator and get to the first floor, which we couldn't access up until this point. Remember, we heard that breathing sound from beyond the door? Well, let's go take a look on the first floor and see what's up with that breathing sound. This place just completely stripped down the walls here.
Laura?
Huh? You know my name?
Eddie told me.
That big fat blabbermouth?
How do you know about Mary?
What's the big deal?
Why can't you just tell me?
You gonna yell at me if I don't?
No, I won't.
I was fresh friends with Mary. We met at the hospital. It was last year.
You liar! Laura,
Fine, don't believe me.
But last year, Mary was already... I'm sorry, Laura. Anyway, let's go.
So good. That pause.
We can talk about this later. This is no place for a kid. There are all sorts of strange things around here. I can't believe you haven't even gotten a scratch on you.
Why should I? Wait! There's something I gotta get.
Later, okay?
But it's really important.
What is it?
A letter from Mary.
Huh?
I want to go get it. Is that okay?
Yes.
Come on, hurry up.
Is it in there?
Yeah, in the back.
What are you doing, Laura?
It's further back in the desk.
Laura! What are you doing?
Ha ha, I tricked you.
Open the door, Laura.
Why should I? I'm a liar, right? Want me to open it? Huh? Do ya? What's the magic word?
Laura?
Okay, I guess I won't open it. I think I'll just leave you like this.
You snotty little brat! Open up!
Why, you...
Laura?
You hurt me!
He knows he's done after that. He's given up after that one. Boom! I love how they put their feet up after you kill them. Such a weird animation. And one more. Siren is coming in. Shit really escalates at the end there. Suddenly we're being transported to the garden. I love the way that scene ends, where the camera just goes wild and then it cuts and we're on a gurney being transported somewhere. Mary's whisper with the siren blaring, just so good. Big Jacob's Ladder reference there, of course. That creature is called Flesh Lips. It's the name, and Ito actually commented a bit on that monster. He said it was supposed to symbolize bedridden Mary. Bedridden Mary cursing profanities at James. During the opening scene, you see several shots of its mouth and like just loud grunts and monstrous sounds coming from it. That's what it's supposed to be. Some kind of abstract form of Mary in her bed, taking the form of a cage there, a big lump of flesh with an angry mouth at the end of it. If you've, I recommend looking up some of Francis Bacon's paintings. If you haven't seen them before, a lot of Masahiro Ito's stuff is quite heavily inspired by Francis Bacon's art. Like some of the just the deformed humanoid figures, caged figures, like weird monsters in caged frames and stuff like that. A lot of those sorts of designs are really inspired by Francis Bacon. And now we're in the other world. The other world hospital. The fan. Cool looking image there. What even is that texture that's surrounding the fan? Some kind of sheet? Like the white sheets we see draped all around this part of the hospital? Pretty cool looking, whatever it is. Francis Bacon was a pretty wild dude. I remember watching a documentary about him a while back. Ooh, the sounds here. Human skin. Yeah, I was kind of wondering myself if it was supposed to look like human skin. You really associate the image of the fan with the other world in Silent Hill 1. It's kind of interesting here. As soon as we get transported to Silent Hill 2's version of it, we also see a fan, but it's not spinning. Which kind of fits with how this place feels in comparison to the Silent Hill 1 other world. It's way more subdued, you know? It's not loud and industrial sound blasting. Blood and rust all over the place. There is some blood and rust, but it feels much colder than the Silent Hill 1 otherworld. It feels still in comparison. I love how even the elevator is sheeted up. Yeah, it feels deserted completely. It feels way more isolating now than it did before the hospital. Yeah. Um. Dry cell battery. Basement storeroom key. Part of the wallpaper is torn. I can see something drawn on the wall beneath. Are those hands searching for something? Or are they just a sign of pain? I've always said it kind of looks like a mixture of both. They certainly look like they're in pain, but it also looks like they're reaching up. There's a piece of paper on the bed. I was locked up inside the basement's basement. It was so small and dark, and I was so afraid. I dropped my precious ring, but I will never, ever go back there. Well, we just got a key to that basement, didn't we? Basement storeroom key. It was inside the wall with that strange painting. It's the key to the hospital basement storeroom. Nurse is all bloody. I kind of want to clear this room just in case I'm forgetting something. No, reload! Corrada Zero. I'm not sure. This will be the last playthrough of this month, obviously. But maybe next month. Okay, up to the 3rd floor. There's a painting of a woman on the door. Oddly enough, the hand part of the painting is actually 3D and sticks out. And you can see it there, the 2 hands sticking out. I've always loved this. So bizarre. And if we walk back here and look up, we can see more figures being drawn, being painted up there. So strange just to see this on a random wall in the hospital now. More figures from the cult, from the order. Old religious figures of the town manifesting. There's a piece of paper on the bed. Just some doodle. Huh, something is written on it. She is an angel. No one knows. Only I can see the lady of the door. They cannot walk along her bridge of thread. They fall from the weight of their crimes. Like bloated and ugly corpses, their sins, she devours them. Sin and sinner alike. She saves me. She is an angel. Alright, looks like we're going to be redeemed when we step through that door. I love this. It feels like it's written by the same guy who wrote on the carbon paper without any punctuation. They cannot walk along her bridge of thread. They fall from the weight of their crimes. Like bloated and ugly corpses, their sins she devours them. Sin and sinner alike, she saves me. She is an angel. You know, it's pretty similar to this one. If I can find it. I know it. I know the number of the box. 6733. It can't help him anymore. The button key doesn't scare me, so nobody can stop me. Nobody can stop who I am. I don't know who I am. Is who I am. Is who I am is. It's written in the same way. Except not as crazed. This is where we left Maria. There are empty medicine bottles here. Is this what Maria was taking? Is Maria sick now too? Maria's not here. Where could she have gone? Love it. It's like it's Maria breathing. Sick Maria. And one of the coolest details about this is if you come back later, spoilers, we get Maria back. And after we get Maria back, when we come back here, the breathing will be gone. It'll stay here until we get her back, and then it'll disappear if we choose to come back to this room. Okay, down to the basement. Let's save just in case the game crashes or some shit. There's a shelf here. There are red handprints on the shelf. Move the shelf. Yeah, sure, why not?
James!
Mary? Oh, Maria. It's you. I thought you were... Sorry. Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
Anyway? What do you mean, anyway? You don't sound very happy to see me. I was almost killed back there. Why didn't you try to save me? All you care about is that dead wife of yours. I've never been so scared in my whole life. You couldn't care less about me, could you?
No, I
Then
just...
stay with me. Don't ever leave me alone. You're supposed to take care of me. So, what about Laura? Did you find her?
Yeah, but... She ran away.
We've got to find her.
You really seem to care about her. Do you know her?
I've never met her before. I just feel sorry for her. She's all alone. And for some reason, I feel like it's up to me to protect her.
Maria, I hate to say it, but you have crab hands. Look at those crab hands. Look at those pincers. Really cool scene there. Maria darting between different versions of her personality, or her different facets of Mary. She's really mimicking Mary in that scene. Her needs, her need to be taken care of when she was hospitalized. I think a lot of that is coming out there. Feelings of abandonment when James didn't go to see her. She has this care for Laura, which also comes from Mary's experiences. But the really interesting thing about Maria, I think, is that she doesn't fully know what she is. She doesn't understand why she has these feelings for Laura. But it's because she has Mary's memories. This is what really makes Maria interesting. It's like there's one aspect of her that is her own self. That she's not just this monster that's been created for James. There's an aspect of her that doesn't, she doesn't understand what she is entirely, it seems. And that's highlighted even more in the sub-scenario, Born from a Wish. Where again, she wonders about her knowledge of Laura. She has this knowledge of Laura, but she doesn't understand how or why. Let's go down the ladder. I got the copper ring. I found it in the basement of the hospital. It's engraved with a picture of a spider. Okay. And nothing else. Just a lovely squealing baby. No need to get too concerned. Or squealing kitty, whichever you like. All right, let's go back to S3. See, now that we're back, no more breathing. Oh, this part.
Splattered blood, and finally, bitter tears. What a terrible tragedy.
What does he say there?
A gruesome end to such innocent lives. Now the question. What was the name of the murderer who committed this vile act? 1. Walter Sullivan. 2. Scott Fairbanks. 3. Eric Gaines. Now for our third and final question. South of the lake is a deserted old neighborhood called South Vale. From there to Pale Vale, the central resort area northwest of the lake, there's only one road you can take. Just one road, no more. The third and final question is, what is the name of that road? 1. Bachman Road. 2. Rindell Street. 3. Nathan Avenue. Well, that's the last of our questions. Have you got it all figured out? When you know the answers, head to the storeroom on the 3rd floor to collect your prizes. But be careful if you're wrong. Well then, everybody, thanks for tuning in. See you again sometime. Bye-bye.
What was that?
So, the answers were 3, 1, and 3. You should definitely remember Walter Sullivan anyway. Eric Gain, another reference to, or another allusion to Ed Gain, the serial killer. Jasper is also partially, or is alluding to him as well. Jasper Gain in Silent Hill 4. Oh, I love this room. All the chairs covered up here. Just something about it. All the lights up there. There's something that looks like a refrigerator Will you open it?
You can't open it?
Yeah, Maria, give me a hand here.
Come on. You're supposed to be the big man around here. How's a little girl like me supposed to help?
Love it.
What's this? Not very cute, is it? Here, James. You take it.
Thanks.
Oh, thanks. Oh, yeah. Yeah, thanks. Oh, yeah. Oh, thanks. Oh. I love the way he says that. I wonder, was he directed to say it like that? Was it written like that on the page? Did it just turn out that way? Oh, thanks. There's nothing in the refrigerator anymore. A hideous smell is coming from inside. Love Maria teasing him. You're supposed to be the big man around here. How's a little girl like me supposed to help? Alright. Back up to the 3rd floor. And we need to go and collect our prize. Oh yeah, the guy during the elevator game show section. Was that all? That was written in the subtitles there, wasn't it? What was the line? The line that he whispers that you can barely hear. People in the chat were typing it. Shed your tears. It wasn't in the subtitles. Okay. When people said it in the chat, I was wondering, wait a second, was it in the title? Was it in the subtitles? I thought maybe that was something they changed in this version or something, in the enhanced edition. Yeah, it's really weird the way he just starts kind of whispering, muttering, mumbling under his breath there for that one part. So we have the 2 rings that we need for the door now. This is what we got from the refrigerator. Lead ring. Ring from the refrigerator. It's engraved with a disgusting bloated face, which is kind of reminiscent of what that guy said about the door. Like bloated and ugly corpses, she devours them. Something along those lines. Now we're getting a bloated ring. Yeah, when it comes to the items in the hospital sequence, I'm not really sure what to make of them in terms of their symbolism a lot of the time. Like the bloated ring, the bloated face, the lead ring, the spider, the purple bull key, the lapis lazuli key. Kind of interesting, all of the items we get here. Check out this box. So for question 1, it was 3, then 1 and 3. Lots of goodies. But is there another version where that line isn't in the subs? It wasn't in the subs there, I don't think. I don't think there... Oh, it is in the subs. Oh, it was. Okay. That is something that they added to the enhanced edition then. I thought I saw it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure in the original the subs aren't there. You know, I kind of wish they left that. to be honest. But I'll let them away with it. They did a good job on this. You know, it feels like it's not supposed to be easily heard, you know? That seems to be the whole point. I put the copper ring on the hand of the lady in the painting. I put the lead ring on the hand of the lady in the painting. Index finger of each hand. There's a note on the ground. The handwriting is hard to read. I took the director's key, the one to the museum. I hid it behind the praying woman when I went out for the day trip. I picked it up, but I did not steal it. I am not a criminal. This is one thing I really like about this section now. They start introducing the director as this recurring character that we hear little bits and pieces about. The hospital director. The one to the museum. This is foreshadowing here where we'll be going next, to the Silent Hill Historical Society, the museum. And we find the key to the museum behind a statue of a woman in Rosewater Park where we met Maria. That's the praying woman that's being referred to. I picked it up, but I did not steal it. I'm not a criminal. Maybe foreshadowing the prison as well. This talk of criminality. Because that's where it leads. That's where the Historical Society leads. Who wrote it? I don't know. Hello. Go. Round the corner.
Open up!
Love it. Completely different here as well. You might not think to look around here, but these tiles on the ground, everything's stripped down here. The director's room. This is the only room that's open. After we just got that memo about the director. He who is not bold enough to be stared at from across the abyss is not bold enough to stare into it himself. The truth can only be learned by marching forward. Follow the map. There's a letter and a wrench. I copied them onto my map. I got the hospital lobby key. And there goes Laura again. Steps ahead, as always. There's an old book here about the history of Silent Hill. Books about medicine, the town, and the region are lined up here. I don't have the time to stand around reading all this. Laura is the little girl that just went walking past there. Interesting, the name of this track. It's called Magdalene. And just kind of interesting given the names of some of these characters. Mary and Maria, the religious connotations. Joseph being the alter ego of James in the hospital sequence, I think. Joseph Barkin, that figure that kept popping up again and again. Hospital lobby key. Maria's dead. I couldn't protect her. And Laura has run off somewhere. Once again, I couldn't do anything to help. Mary, what should I do? Are you really waiting somewhere for me? Or is this your way of taking... I'm going to find Mary. It's the only thing I have left to hope for. Taking revenge, you would think the next word was going to be there. Is this your way of punishing me? I think that's what Maria's death is all about there, trying to show him what he did. The Punisher murdering Maria right in front of us. But it's not the first time she dies. Or rather, it's not the only time she dies. It's the first time she dies. But not the only time. Mary Magdalene is also a biblical reference. Right, that's what I was getting at. Yeah. That's why I mentioned it. Sorry if I didn't make that clear. Okay. Fuck you. I always thought the final form of Maria, the final boss of the game, really had a real, like, Christian sort of quality to it. The design. Maria has the headpiece that Maria has. It kind of looks like a nun's headpiece almost. I think, anyway. Maybe I'm thinking of another design, but I don't think I am. I really like that final boss design of Maria, either way. The transformation is really cool as well. You thought the same thing, Mrs. Wexford? Good. I'm not crazy then. Okay, where are we going? It's pitch black. There are nurses on the street. Let's look at our map. We're going for Saul Street. This is the only way out of here. We need to... We need to get to that letter and that wrench. But we'll actually take one little detour. Remember how I was saying earlier, we'll get a new message if we go back to Neely's bar? Well, that time has come. Fuck, where am I? Keep out. Oh, cool. We get a very unique enemy in this next area, which we only see in two areas in the game, this being one of them. This creature. There he is. This thing is called a Mandarin, I think. And it's very similar to the Closer in Silent Hill 3. Almost identical. Kind of like a miniature version of it. And I'm not sure what these things are supposed to be. We only ever see them hanging like this. Some spikes come up through his arms, and that's how he can hit me. Can we get him to fall if we shoot him? I can't even remember. Oh, I think he fell. He's gonna fall. Yeah. Nice. I like how he stops for a few seconds, tries to hold on. No. Can't remember the last time I actually shot at them. Usually I just run past. Hello. Whoa, it feels kind of blurry. Love how the traffic lights are still on. Okay, back to Neely's bar. If you really want to see Mary, you should just die. But you might be heading to a different place than Mary, James. Feels like the town is directly communicating with us here. A couple of the notes feel like that here. The previous note we got about going to get the letter and the wrench, like that feels like it was addressed to James. Now this message here. How does the game look without the fog in this version? I don't know. I didn't turn the fog off. Do you think I'm playing the HD collection or something like that? This version I'm playing has great fog. I don't know. I didn't turn the fog off, so I don't know if that's what you're asking. Or perhaps you are a fool. The truth usually betrays people. A part of that abyss is in the old society. The key to the society is in the park, at the foot of the praying woman, inside of the ground, inside of a box. To open it, I need a wrench. My patient buried it there. I knew, but did nothing. It made me uneasy to have such a thing near. I wasn't looking for the truth. I was looking for tranquility. I also saw that thing. I fled, but the museum was sealed as well. Now no one dares to approach that place. If you still do not wish to stop, James, I pray to the Lord to have mercy on your eternal soul. I love this, man. Who are you? How do you know my name? Something so eerie when you get to that section and he calls us by name. It begins as a continuation of the previous message in the hospital as well, which is cool. Or perhaps you are a fool. You know, it's a continuation of the he who is not bold enough to be stared at from across the abyss is not bold enough to stare into it himself. Or perhaps you are a fool. The truth usually betrays people. A part of that abyss is in the old society. All right, let's take that wrench up to Rosewater Park. What's up? Nice night. Pretty busy. These streets on a Sunday night. So now the only way we can get to Rosewater Park... Okay, does the game let us walk through here? I don't think it does, but I have to check. No. It looks like the lock is broken. I can't open it. Here's the entrance to the apartments. Or wait, actually, was it? The entrance was further back. We're not allowed in either way. But you might remember this message earlier. The door that wakes in darkness, opening into nightmares. So now that it's dark, the door will open. Why mannequins? We aren't told why. We just we find them in the apartment building. But it probably is something to do with James's desires. Same reason we see Maria. Maria is like the living mannequin of the game, I think. In a way. The introduction to the mannequin is pretty interesting, how it springs to life as we pick up the light from Mary's mannequin. As if it brings it to life. Victim of persecution by the Christians. I'm pretty sure that's what that says. Jennifer Carroll lived with pride and honor. What happened here shall never be forgotten. And I think this figure is supposed to be Saint Jennifer. A member of the cult, which we see in Silent Hill 3. When we're in the church at the end of Silent Hill 3, in one of those rooms with the cult saints and whatnot. One of them is Saint Jennifer. Saint Jennifer, Saint Nicholas, Saint Alessa. And I kind of wonder if this is supposed to be that Jennifer. Possibly. And what did that guy say? Behind the praying woman? In the ground? The ground is raised up only here. Could there be something under here? The small metal box is fastened by bolts. I can't open the lid. I got the old bronze key. And it seems like this is what we're going to use to enter the Historical Society. An antique-looking bronze key. It was hidden behind one of those statues lined up in the park. Well, that's the only other location we have marked on the map, so that's where we're going. But yeah, it also the figure that's addressing us in these letters. I think the implication is that it could be the director of the hospital. You know, we read the note in the director's office, which addresses us, and then we read the continuation of that letter beside the wrench. And then we have the previous memo before that talking about the director. And we'll also get one more reference to the director once we enter the museum up here. So is he leading you out? I don't know. I'll wait until we get to the museum until I finish my thought on the director. Silent Hill Historical Society. That's where we're headed. The early days of Toluca. The stories of the truth. Love it. I love the bits the bits of information we get about the history of the town. Like, they never go into too much detail regarding it. It just makes it feel more mysterious. Your ad. Quiet cocktails. Cool detail here. We can see this map is actually very similar to the map that we have. Except I don't think we have that side of it, do we? Huh. Okay, let's go in. I used the old bronze key. Misty Day, Remains of the Judgment. It's him. So sick. The iconic painting. Misty Day, Remains of the Judgment. What do we have here? A photo is hanging here. Wilt's coal mine. There probably used to be a painting here. Only the explanation remains. Waterfront landscape. Alan Smith. Date of birth and death unknown. A scene of this area from long ago. From the style, it looks like it was done sometime around 1820. Love how we go all the way back to the 1800s. There were a lot fewer people then, and only a handful of buildings. Crash Moon with the Prime sub. Thank you. This group photograph here, which looks like it might be the devs. I always wonder. It's kind of hard to see. Kind of hard to make out any faces. Other than they look Japanese. There's nothing useful written on them. There's nothing particularly special about this photograph. Another group photo. Kids. School photograph. A photo is hanging here. Brookhaven Hospital, 1880. Brookhaven Hospital goes way back. This hospital was built in response to a great plague that followed a wave of immigration to this area. It was originally little more than a shack, but it gradually grew and grew. That looks like Brookhaven. And who's this guy? A photo of the director of the old Brookhaven Hospital. It looks like he was a famous person in town. So maybe this is who we were talking to. Maybe this is who was addressing us. The old director. The 1800s director. I think this is the guy who's been sending us messages. The spirit of this guy. There's a photo of a deep, deep hole. What could this be? And if you take note of that image, we'll be going there soon. We'll be jumping down that hole in a few minutes. That looks a bit unnatural, doesn't it? There's a staircase behind the wall here. It did look burnt, didn't it? I always underestimate how long this is. Well, the note did say we were going into the abyss. Some kind of document is lying here. September 11, 1820. Prisoner number C221. I can't read the rest. What is this? So it seems like we've just walked down into the 1800s. Oh, the sounds here, man. The game is really good up until this point, but I think this is where it really takes it up to another level. Everything from this point on, I think, is just gold. Oh, that creaking sound. It's like someone being hung. Oh, God. A painting is hanging here. Crimson and white banquet for the gods. This is what I was talking about earlier near the start of the playthrough. When we were talking about Pyramid Head being based off the executioners that existed in the town. A manifestation of the old executioners. And it's the figure in this painting. This guy in a white robe and a red pyramid bag over his head. At least I think that's what we're looking at here. I need to get close to my screen again to take a closer look. Yeah, two figures actually with red bags over their heads. Only one of them looks like only one of them looks pyramid shaped though. The other one looks more box shaped. Crimson and white banquet for the gods. A photo is hanging here. Death by skewering. An execution at the prison. Death by skewering or strangling. To choose his death is the prisoner's last taste of freedom. I don't know if I'd count that as freedom. Choice equals freedom? I don't know about this. But I think I'll go with hanging. I think I'll go with strangling. A photo is hanging here. Toluca Prison Camp. Built during the Civil War. Later became Toluca Prison. Yeah, maybe this is where Mikami got his idea for box head. That looks pretty nasty. It kind of looks like lying figures getting skewered as well. Are those lying figures getting skewered? It really looks like them from here. Yeah, it is. The one at the front just looks really bloated or something, but I think that might be a part of the background. And here we are. The hole's dark and I can't see anything. Will you jump down? This really shows the desperation of James. He doesn't give a fuck. Well, you kind of asked for that, James, didn't you? Now you're stuck down a well. It's just a wall. It would be impossible to climb this. So we just have to keep examining the wall. Each part of it. Until we find something that's different. Here it is. Huh, this is different. Just this spot here feels different than the rest of the wall. I wonder if I could somehow break it. What? There we go. Yeah, it might be easy to get stuck here for a while, but I don't think it's all that... You know, there's not much you can do. Like, what can you do here? Once you realize that you can examine the wall, I reckon a lot of people would think to just, you know, when you run out of other ideas, items to use, shooting the wall, stuff like that. You don't have too many options. Silent Hill 3 was probably a bit better balanced in terms of supplies, yeah. But at the same time, if you play Silent Hill 3 on hard and you get to the end of the game without many supplies, oh boy, have fun with that last boss. You get punished hard for not having enough supplies on hard mode in that game. But yeah, the balancing is still probably a bit better. On hard, this game is just tedious. And on normal, it's just a bit too easy. I think Silent Hill 4 is pretty nicely balanced in terms of supplies. The combat is still super janky and all over the place, but I think they balance heals and ammo quite well. No, Silent Hill 2 gives you plenty of supplies on normal. And it gives you plenty on hard as well, but hard is just kind of tedious. I think Silent Hill 2 gives you too many supplies on normal. This room. There is a door at the bottom. The door is locked. James, you don't give a fuck about everything else that's going on in this room? I got the spiral writing key. Key with a slim 3-inch long cylinder attached. The cylinder is engraved with spiral writing. It says, "'Tis doubt which leadeth thee to purgatory." It's locked. And our flashlight ran out of juice. But that's okay, because we picked up a dry cell battery in the hospital. Four, three, two. 4, 2, 3. 2, 4, 3. 2, 3, 4. 3, 4, 2. Got bad luck there. So that's how you get through that. There's no way of knowing what the code is. You just have to power through it. But there aren't too many combinations that you can try. Only one of each number. There's a door at the bottom. The door is locked. Well, how about we use this spiral writing key? 'Tis doubt which leadeth thee to purgatory. It's pitch black beyond the door. I can't tell how far the blackness stretches. Will you go down?
Killing a person ain't no big deal. Just put the gun to their head. Pow.
You killed him?
But it wasn't my fault. He made me do it.
Calm down, Eddie. Tell me what happened.
That guy, he had it coming. I didn't do anything. He just came after me. Besides, he was making fun of me with his eyes, like that other one.
Just for that, you killed him?
What do you mean, just for that?
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
Oh yeah? Why not? Till now I always let people walk all over me. Just like that stupid dog. He had it coming too.
Eddie.
I was just joking, James. He was dead when I got here, honest. Anyway, I gotta run.
You're going out there alone?
Yeah.
Eddie?
Love the delivery of that last line. It's great. Yeah. The way his eyes move in that cinematic is great. If you pay close attention to his eyes during the FMV, they're like cross-eyed and moving all over the place. I think Eddie's eyes in general are kind of like that, but you can really notice it during that one, during that FMV. I feel like Eddie really feels like a reflection of James to me in that scene in some ways. You know, he was making fun of me with his eyes. And just, it just kind of reminds me of James killing Mary for, you know, getting sick of all the verbiage, the verbal assault coming from Mary. The way she spoke down to him and just the abuse she gave to him. There are some similarities between Eddie and James, I think. James lashing back. You can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you. What do you mean, just for that? You know, I think James killed Mary for a lot of the same kind of reasons. The way she looked at James, the way she gave all that abuse to James in her final days. You know, to me it feels like they're kind of painting James as a bit of a hypocrite there. Well, obviously when he's just calling him out for murder and killing someone, James having killed someone, which he's denying himself. It's a corpse. The body is marked with bullet holes. And yeah, someone mentioned Walter Sullivan. Is this supposed to be Walter? Dead guy in a prison with a spoon beside him? What did we read about Walter Sullivan? He killed himself in a prison with a soup spoon. That doesn't really look like a soup spoon. That's the only thing. But maybe it's supposed to conjure up Walter in your head. Maybe it's supposed to make you think of him. Obviously, Walter didn't die in the 1800s or anything like that either. Mary had it coming. Yeah, the way Eddie says that, you know, that guy, he had it coming. He was making fun of me. I was just really thinking of the hypocrisy of James there during that scene, and just kind of thinking about the dialogue and how some of it might have applied to James in a weird way. I got the tablet of gluttonous pig. Interesting to find this in the room where we meet Eddie. Metal tablet with gluttonous pig drawn on one side. Found it in the dining room. And really cool detail here. If we look at the painting on the wall here, it's a painting of this room, or a photograph of this room. But the weird thing is that the dead body at the table back there is inside the picture. And the picture is inside the picture. Look at the bottom right corner of the picture there. You can see the bloody mess on the table and the body lying there. That's that guy right there. Love how they play around with the unreality of this place. Every area in the game up until this point, I think, has been a real physical location that existed in the town already, aside from anyone's influence over it. You know, we were seeing things in the apartment building that were conjured up from James's mind. The pyramid head, the mannequin wearing Mary's clothes. These were all things inside the building that were manifested from James's mind. But this place, this whole place is a manifestation, I think. Once we go down into the abyss and into the prison, you know, I don't think this prison is physically here for everyone to see. There are documents on the desk. They've got nothing to do with me, though. I don't know why I found that funny. They've got nothing to do with me. Why would you be expecting to find things that have to do with you down here, James? In this abyssal 1800s prison that we found by jumping down holes and walking down staircases that went on for minutes on end. I got a map of the prison. Because deep down he knows. Well, I guess this prison does have everything to do with James in a way. I got the tablet of the seductress. There's a shower here, but it's broken and no water comes out. The tablet of the seductress underneath the shower. Metal tablet with seductress drawn on one side. Found it in the shower room. So the seductress, I think, is Angela. Not Maria. We find 3 tablets in the prison, and I think The 3 tablets are for the 3 sinners, for lack of a better word. James, Eddie, and Angela. The gluttonous pig being Eddie, the seductress being Angela, and we'll find the last one for James. Does Silent Hill 1 hold up? I don't think I've ever seen Dog play it. Oh, I've played it many, many, many times. Love this sound. What is this sound supposed to be? It's like something you'd hear on a ship or something. We hear another sound that's very similar later on, in an area where we read about the sinking of that ship. Ship motor. Let's go back down this way. Next door.
Ritual.
There it is. So the guy in this cell is invisible. You can't see him. You just hear his loud, thudding footsteps. And every now and then he says,
Ritual.
I think I killed him. Oh my god, this mess. I got a wax doll. Books are scattered all over the bed and floor. Black magic from the abyss. Resurrection of the dead. The Chronicle of Agrippa. Manuscript of the Iron Rings. I guess I shouldn't worry about these too much. I don't know. Don't you want to resurrect the dead, James? Isn't that why you're here? Sounds like this is right up your alley. Books are scattered all over the floor. On sacrifice and the art of demon summoning. Tome of the Seer. Tome of the Seer is a book that you can find in the library in the Silent Hill 3 church as well, which is a cool little detail. The Feast of the Succubi, the fallen angels of mercy and favor. No comment on these symbols. Just the amount of detail squashed into this little cell here. Ritual. What does all of this mean? I don't know. Various occult references, little thematic parallels. You know, resurrecting the dead is a big theme in this game. In one of the endings, James literally tries to resurrect Mary. He performs a ritual and tries to bring her back from the dead. Very creepy ending. Very creepy ending. We can't do that in this playthrough, unfortunately. I need to finish a playthrough. You can only do it on NG+. And I still need to finish the enhanced edition of this game. So we'll be able to do it on the next playthrough. That's the rebirth ending, yeah. James brings Mary's corpse. He puts Mary in the boat that we ride later and rides over to the church in the middle of Toluca Lake. You never get to see what happens. You just see him with Mary's riding with Mary's body in the boat over to the church. And he has a little monologue about how the old gods still exist in the town. "436 people at a recital. I have no idea what this means. Or if it means anything. 436 people at a recital. Looks like this might have been drawn by a child as well, like an actual child. Similar to what they do in Silent Hill 3, how one of the developers' children drew the church map at the end of the game. Wonder if one of the devs' kids drew this. Burning Man. This is an interesting one. This is a picture of Lakeview Hotel, the final setting of the game, the final area. And while it isn't on fire when we get there, it is burned down once we switch over to the other world. Or maybe it's the real world. But yeah, something to remember. Remember this image of the burning hotel, because it'll be relevant later on. And one more picture. Woman in flight. Looks like it might have been another kid's drawing, actual kid. Is it clarified who's saying ritual in the cell? No, just some weird invisible creature. There's two of them. There's one along here and one along there where we came from earlier. Yeah, you can hit them. I killed the last one. And we finally get the last tablet. The tablet of the oppressor. Looks like some pictures. Biblical pictures. That's Jesus carrying the cross. There are magazines here. Nothing of particular interest. Another one of Jesus on the cross. So I think this is kind of interesting here. We get the gluttonous pig for Eddie, the seductress, Angela, and now the oppressor, James. Holding down another person with his hands over them. All the figure needs is a pillow, and the image will be complete. Metal tablet with the oppressor drawn on one side. Found it in the cell. And the funny thing is, we have to oppress our way out of the cell. When we try to get out, it's tightly closed. I can't force it open. Yes, you can. Because you're the oppressor. And you murdered your wife. Take a fucking hint, James. Jesus. Look at what you're doing here, man. Okay. Where am I going? We want to go back to this giant room, I think. That looks inviting, doesn't it? I think this is where we need to go next. Three nooses. And here, really highlighting Pyramid Head as the executioner. I give you blood to atone for the 3 sins, is written on top of the engraving. Beneath the engraving are 3 square depressions. The oppressor, the gluttonous pig, and the seductress. You kind of expect someone to appear there, or like 3 figures might suddenly appear hanging after you enter the 3 tablets, especially after you hear the noise, but no. And this horse that's galloping around, there's nothing here. Nothing. But as we make our way out, a horseshoe is waiting for us. That's what we get for completing the puzzle. The walls, the design of the walls here is really weird. Look at this. Look at these patterns here. These tiles at the bottom. Is that the fucking wallpaper from the apartment building? Very similar colors. Remember we were looking at those flowers in the apartment building? That really reminds me of it. Of that wallpaper. But yeah, it is interesting to consider how each of these tiles might apply to James. Even though I'm certain that they're designed to symbolize the three characters, and that Eddie and Angela are their own characters. They're not manifestations. It is interesting that we're doing this to atone for the three sins. Are we also atoning for Eddie's and Angela's sins? Or is the gluttonous pig tablet is it designed to apply to us as well as Eddie? Same with the seductress. I don't really know how you could apply the seductress to James. But it is interesting. I give you blood to atone for the three sins. But yeah, they're definitely there to symbolize James, Eddie, and Angela. But maybe there's more to it as well. I don't know. You know, I don't think he wanted Mary to be something other than what she was while she was healthy. But yeah, maybe once she got sick, I guess that's what you would be saying there. There are 3 ropes hanging from the scaffold. Maybe you could look at it like that. I feel like that's the only way you could apply it to his desires regarding Mary, or a replacement for Mary, getting sick of dealing with Mary and wanting his life back. Stupid sexy James. Also, Pajama Party, how's it going? I saw you there. I just didn't want to say anything after I entered this room. What's up? Vitamin with the 5 months as well. Thank you. Let me just catch up here as well, because I think I need to thank some people. Rossi with the 13 months. Al with the 300. Vitamin. Crash Moon. 308 Caliber. Leel Bud with the 90 bits. Jake with the 14 months. Black Gamer with the 11. Richman. SCB. Cheers, everyone. I don't think James cheated on her when he was sick. While she was sick. But yeah, he probably had thoughts for sure, and that would stem to that would connect to Maria's role in the game. But I really like when we get to the hotel and we find out that, you know, James cared quite a bit when she was hospitalized. The note we get about the medical books. I've already read enough medical books and none of them ever did any good. The flashback we get with the doctor, things like that. And of course, maybe my favorite line in the game, when James, I think you might only get this when you in the leave ending. Maybe you get it in one of the others as well. But when James says during the bedside scene at the very end, that's why I did it, honey. I couldn't watch you suffer. And then he stops. No, that's not the truth. I wanted you out of the way. I hated you. I wanted you out of the way. I wanted my life back. And then the best line when Mary responds, James, if that were true, then why do you look so sad? because he didn't really want her out of the way deep down. Mary was his life, and he only realized after he killed her. You know, he didn't get his life back. He didn't get his life back at all. He became an insane person. Oh, look at the grime here, man. Look at these windows. Jesus. This game has some killer fucking lines, man, especially in the last few hours. That one always kills me. It's just the delivery of it as well. Mary/Maria's VA is so good in those big scenes at the end, the letter, the bedside scene. James, if that were true, why do you look so sad? Oh my god. The most heartbreaking line, though, I think, the famous line from Angela is during the staircase scene is, for me, it's always like this, which is a great line. But the one that really kills me is, even Mama said it. I deserved what happened. Oh my god, Angela, you're tearing my heart out. You know, the way Donna Burke delivers that line is so good. Even Mama said it. Even Mama said it. You know, her mother's word is the gospel. If Mama said it, it is true. Even Mama said it, so it must be true. You know, it speaks so much to her family history. It says so much with so little, you know, that toxic family that she was in, made to believe that she deserved to get raped by her father. Her mother told her she deserved to be raped by her father, and she believed every word of it. And I think that's why she is the seductress here. That's how she was made to feel about herself. She felt that she was seducing. She was made to believe that she was seducing her father. So she deserved it. How could her father not rape her? She was asking for it. She's a dirty little seductress. Oh my god. Poor fucking Angela, man. Just heartbreaking. Even Mama said it. I deserved what happened. So rough. And her brother, who was apparently abusing her as well, which is far more under the surface. We get big references, big details about her father. But the brother, who was apparently also abusive, we don't really get much information on. But that's what Ito said. That's what he said about those two bloody figures that are stuck to the staircase walls during that final scene with Angela. The figures that she's staring at on the walls. One of them is there to represent her father, and one of them is there to represent her brother. And both of them with those bloodied crotch areas. So nasty. Less surprised about the brother coming from that family dynamic? Yeah, I don't know. Anyone here? Sorry about the depressing stream, but I mean, it's a depressing game, Keely. There's nothing, Angela's story is pretty fucking sad. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's pretty sad. The whole game is pretty sad. I knock on the door, but there's no answer. It almost got me. Almost got me. But I've played this game 100 times and I knew it was coming, so it couldn't quite get me. I think that might be the only jump scare in the game. Only like real flat out jump scare. Like a real boo moment. I think that might be the only one. Hold on, I'm just scrolling up here, catching up with the chat. Well, I'd count the lying figures crawl. Oh yeah, the lying figure crawling out from the truck when you're going up to get the apartment key. Yeah. I mean, I guess that's yeah. That's a jump scare. Yeah, I guess I'd count that one. You can see that one coming if you're clever. You can see the lying figure under the truck. You know, one thing that kind of disappoints me about this game is the enemy variety. It would have been really cool if they introduced a new enemy in the prison, I think. You know? You play through the start of the game, you get introduced to lying figures on the street. Then the apartment building consists of mainly lying figures, and then you get introduced to the mannequin, which becomes the second enemy in the apartment, which is introduced in the apartment. Then you get to the second area in the game, the hospital, and you're introduced to the nurses, new enemy. Then you come back out, nurses all over the street. Then you get to the third area in the game, the prison, and it's lying figures again. It would have been cool to have a new enemy type for this new area, and an enemy that revolved around the themes of the prison, you know, punishment and all of that. Although it's still, I really do like how the lying figures look behind the cells, behind the, you know, when they're locked up in those cells. But yeah, there aren't too many main enemy types in this game. Lying figures, mannequins, nurses. They're the main ones. And then we get the abstract daddies at the end of the game as well. Let's save. Oh, I was gonna just blast you with the shotgun before you got me with that. Fuck you. We were talking about this during 4, but yeah, Silent Hill 3 is just a whole different vibe altogether. Super aggressive. All about the stress and the aggression and loud industrial sounds, enemies on your ass all the time. It's pretty full on. Area after area after area. Very little room to breathe in Silent Hill 3. Silent Hill 3 is like Silent Hill 1 on steroids in terms of its approach to horror, I think. This sound again. There's a magazine here. I've never seen it before. It's probably a locally published magazine. Toluca Lake, the town's main tourist attraction. This clear, beautiful lake has another side as well. It may seem like just a typical ghost story that you might find in any number of old towns across the country, but in this case, the legend is true. On a fog-bound November day in 1918, the Little Baroness, a ship filled with tourists, failed to return to port. A newspaper article from back then simply says, it most likely sunk for some reason. Excuse me. Despite an extensive police search, not a single fragment of the ship, nor any of the 14 bodies of passengers or crew, has ever been recovered to this day. In 1939, an even stranger incident occurred. There are many pages torn out. Many corpses rest at the bottom of this lake. Their bony hands reach up towards the boats that pass overhead. Perhaps they reach for their comrades. Love it. This campfire ghost story. And there's another memo here that's really, really easy to miss. If we go up to this little corner of the bookshelf here and interact, there's a diary here. Prisoners do not feel remorse. In fact, they do not feel themselves to be villains at all. Even the most uneducated brute will use what little words he knows to justify himself. And such trifling dreams they have, flourishing even in the darkness. Prisoners, too, are no exception. No matter how foul nor loathsome one's own life and existence may be, human nature is abiding. Well, I don't know about that. This guy seems like a bit of an asshole, whoever wrote this. Prisoners do not feel remorse? None of them? I don't know, man. And look at him here, getting all flowery and poetic. This guy sounds a bit fucking sadistic to me. And such trifling dreams they have, flourishing even in the darkness. He's getting off on these prisoners. You know, he really thinks of himself as above these prisoners, that's for sure. Prisoners, too, are no exception. No matter how foul or loathsome one's own life and existence may be, human nature is abiding. He sounds like Leonard Woolf a little bit, yeah. Sounds like it was authored by a criminal theorist from the 1800s. Maybe that's what it was inspired by. Pretty interesting little memo, though. I got handgun bullets, some little altar here. I got a hunting rifle. Rifle shells. New weapon. Oh, Jesus! Oh my god. What the fuck? I don't remember that. Does that always happen? Oh my god. Hold on a second here. It could represent how James thinks he's innocent straight to the end. Yeah, it could. I mean, so many of the memos you can draw parallels to James, or you could see as alluding to James in some way, killing Mary and then detaching himself from that, disassociating from it. making himself believe that it never happened. There's a cover on the ground, but I can't open it. There's only a depression left where there was probably once a handle. So now, of course, we need to create our own handle by combining wax and this lighter and this horseshoe. Magic. That is some sturdy wax. Will you jump in? Of course. Love this sequence. As I approach the door, I get a whiff of some rotten smell coming from inside. That sound. Just sludge and grime all over the doors. Did that just move, or was it only my imagination? The corpse smells nauseatingly of rotten flesh. Love this detail here. You can see the tracks on the ground as they got wheeled out the door here through the blood stains. The wheel marks. Oh, look at that crusty, crusty blood. Look at that. Imagine how that would feel. Trying to remove that. This corpse into this hole. So we're getting the impression that these bodies were rolled in here and dumped into this hole. And it looks like that's where we're going. There's a hole in the floor. I can't see the bottom. How far does this thing go? Will you go down? Nice photograph up there. Nice little sink. Another hole. Do I really have to drop through it? weird detail, but I think this is the only locked door that makes this sound in the entire game. It's kind of unique. These tiles, again, similar to what we were seeing in the room with the invisible horse. Looks like organs and stuff almost. Bodily organs. If you thought we were in the abyss before, after jumping down that hole, going all down all those stairs into the prison, where are we going now? Hold on, one sec, guys. This is our map. So this area is known as the labyrinth, and the map just manifests as you make your way through it. In all the previous areas, we find the map in the area, but here the map draws itself as we make our way through it, and it's just like a big spiraling maze. Yeah, we're deep inside James's mind at this point. Feels like the all of this is just coming from his head as we're making our way through it. We're deep in the abyss now. Silent Hill 4 does something similar, except in 4, Henry is, I think, supposed to be drawing those maps as you're going through. But here, I think it's just supposed to be appearing. I don't think there's supposed to be any logic. It's just manifesting in front of us. Oh, I forgot the mandarins appeared here. Look what it is. Pyramid heads, great knife. And these same figures that we saw in the painting with Pyramid Head when we entered the Historical Society. God, the visuals in this are so good. Look at how good those blood splatters look on the wall. The little hand, the faded handprints there. Faded handprints all over around the door there. And even on the door itself. The great knife. And something that was staring us in the face this whole fucking time. But something we only discovered recently, a few months ago, when Masahiro Ito posted about it on Twitter. The great knife is one half of a scissors blade. And that's why we're seeing it here on a table surrounded by scissors. The great knife is a scissors blade. And it even has the hole. You can even see the hole that would connect it to the other blade, where the pin would fit through to connect both of the blades as they're joined together. Ito posted on Twitter that originally he had planned to do something slightly different for the blades, that you would find the other half of Pyramid Head's scissor sword and you'd be able to tell that it was the other side because of the patterns or something that would have been on it that he didn't get to include, or something like that. Maybe someone can find the post he made about it. But I don't know how. I've never seen anyone theorize about this before, or anyone bring it up, that the great knife was a scissor blade, because you can see the hole right there. I'm not sure if we'll be able to see it when we equip it here, but if you look up the model, if you look it up, it's hard to see. I think I can kind of see it. But yeah, when I saw Ito's tweet, I was like, surely I must have seen someone mention this before. Or someone theorize about this. It's hard to see, but it's there. But yeah, I think the idea was to convey that we are the other side of Pyramid Head. That we get the other... That Pyramid Head holds on to one side of the scissors, and then we find the other side. To illustrate a sort of reflection. Mirror images between the characters. One half of the scissors, the other half of the scissors. What could this be used for? I don't want to even think about it. So cool though, just laid out here with all these other scissors. Massive weapon wielded by Pyramid Head. Hard to use, but lethal. Pyramid Head uses sword on his left side, James on his right. Is that true? They both drag it in the same way, but on the opposite sides? I didn't know that. There it is. Someone posted it in chat. Yes, my decision, because I meant it's one side of a scissors. James gets the other side of it at the room. I wanted to depict it as one of tips that means Pyramid Head is the other James. But in fact, the one James gets is the same as Pyramid Head's. I didn't have time to make it. But the idea is still there. So James we were supposed to get the other side, but we just got a copy. It was supposed to look slightly different. It was supposed to be the other side, but we just got the same knife. But the idea is still there. It still looks like the half of a scissors. Really interesting. And if we keep moving around here, there he is. Not with his great knife, though. Nice sneakers, PH. Looking pretty stylish. Do they drag it on the same side? That would be cool if they dragged it on the opposite side. Hey, get out of my way, Mr. Lying Figure. So here, some more mad logic, because we're down in the abyss. Breaking the rules of reality. We get to move this room around by moving this statue. And our goal is to get a door on the other side. And usually I just bullshit my way through this. Not there. Nice. That didn't take long.
You're alive! Maria, I thought that thing killed you. Are you hurt bad?
Not at all, silly.
Maria? That thing, it stabbed you. There was blood everywhere.
Stabbed me? What do you mean?
It chased us to the elevator, and then...
James, what are you talking about?
Just before! Don't you remember?
James, honey, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Maria?
You said you took everything, but you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
I'm not your Mary.
So, you're Maria?
I am. If you want me to be.
All I want from you is an answer.
It doesn't matter who I am. I'm here for you, James. See? I'm real. Don't you want to touch me?
I don't know.
Come and get me. I can't do anything through these bars.
Okay. Stay right there. I'll be there soon.
So good. Let's not leave just yet, though. we'll see this this bed later on as well. The bed and the chair, I think, hold significance. A hospital bed. And I think the chair is the same chair James sits in at Mary's bedside at the end of the game. But yeah, the classic scene, of course, where we see Maria alive for the second time. I almost wish they didn't use that scene in the introduction, in the opening cinematic montage, because it kind of spoils it, I think. I would, I mean, well, I can't really remember my first playthrough all that well, but I feel like even now, I feel like it would have been better if they just left it for the game. Such a pivotal scene as well. The way she darts between the different personalities, so good when she's all warm and comforting and then her face changes. I'm not your Mary. The first time we really see her just flat out behaving as Mary. You know, we see her earlier mimicking Mary, but not mentioning such specific details about their relationship. More just in her mannerisms and in her emotional expressions, you know, when she's in the hospital and she's saying, you know, don't ever leave me alone. Her feelings for Laura, things like that, that are a bit more under the surface, but are still, you know, they're still based on Mary's memories. This is the first time she mentions explicit details that James can't really ignore. Her other similarities to Mary were much easier to brush under the rug. It does spoil, but I feel like it sets the tone and the bar real well. Yeah, I mean, I really like the opening montage with theme of Laura playing and everything. But I feel like I almost associate the scene as strongly with that opening. I feel like it's, how do I explain it? It's like I don't know, it's like when you watch a trailer for a game and then you play the game and you see the scene that's in the trailer in the game and you're not entirely immersed in the scene because you've seen it already before in the trailer. I have that issue anyway with trailers. Where I'm kind of pulled out of the experience when I experience it in the game itself because I've already seen it before. And I'm like, oh, hey, I'm not immersed in the moment. Instead, I'm like, I've already seen this before. And I kind of get the same feeling with that scene. I'm like, well, they've kind of spoiled this already. Even though we didn't watch it. Even though we didn't watch the opening scene in this playthrough. It's like it just doesn't quite stand on its own or something. Because it's already such a prominent... I guess it's just because it's so iconic as a part of the intro, you know? It's like, it's almost as iconic as a part of the intro as it is a part of the game. And I think I would have preferred if it was just iconic as a part of the actual game. As the, you know, as a part of the story. But I can see why other people wouldn't feel that way. It feels like a very personal thing, but maybe other people also feel that too. And when we come out, we get a new item, this wire cutter. When did the electrician arrive? I have some questions for that guy. Just love the mad, abstract logic of this place. Once you go down to the prison, man, the game just gets so, so good. Amazing work by Sato again with that FMV. God, he does such an amazing job with Maria. Those facial expressions when she goes from warm Maria to sinister Maria, the eyes, the cold, dead expression, and then the close-up when she's touching James' face at the end, when she says that she's real. Just so good. That guy had some serious talent and some serious style. And now we can pass through here. I can't get through here because of the wire stretched across the path. I love how he said he was using all the office power when everyone left. Yeah, Takeyoshi Sato, he worked alone on those amazing FMVs, you see. Maybe not for Silent Hill 2, actually. Did he do that for Silent Hill 2 as well? Or was that just for Silent Hill 1? Maybe it was just for Silent Hill 1. But for one of the games, maybe for both of the games, he worked on those alone in the office after everyone had left. So, because he needed all the power. And I think he said something like, Bad Humans mentioned this the other day. And I don't remember hearing this, but Sato said something like he wouldn't have been credited fully or something for those FMVs if he didn't do them all alone or something like that. That was partly why he did it. He did all the FMVs by himself because he wanted the proper credit for it, which he wouldn't have gotten. But I'd love to ask Bad Humans about that again, because I don't remember reading about that. Am I manipulating an ending? I am going for the leave ending. Like I usually do. For these playthroughs, at least. Because I'm a filthy James sympathizer. And I like seeing him get forgiven at the end. And I just really like that version of the bedside scene. The sound here. Sound of madness. Do I have a favorite enemy or boss in the whole series? Favorite enemy design? Maybe the twin victims from Silent Hill 4. The twin babies. I don't know. I like a lot of the designs. I really like the glutton in Silent Hill 3. The creature that's not a normal enemy, but it's blocking the path. Oh, I didn't mean to blast you with a shotgun there. You know, the glutton that blocks the path out of the area with Monica's dance studio. And all those offices. That is a crazy design, that thing. Of course, Pyramid Head. Abstract Daddy, I like as well, for as disgusting as it is. I think it's a great design. Really, really disgusting, which we'll be seeing very soon. Look at this place. That central room up there. That's where we got Pyramid Head's great knife, his scissors. I thought the pendulums in Silent Hill 3 were pretty unnerving as well. With those horrible sounds that they make. Those scraping, piercing sounds. There's a newspaper on the ground. It's stained with something that looks like blood and is partially illegible. The body of a man later identified as Thomas Orozco Lumberjack. Angela's name is Angela Orozco, by the way. Age 39, was discovered in the something room, lying face down, lying face up. The probable cause of death was multiple stab wounds to the front of the neck and the left side of the torso by a sharp-edged weapon. The estimated time of death was somewhere between 11 p.m. and 12:30 midnight. Due to signs of struggle in the room and the lack of a murder weapon, police are considering this a homicide and have opened a murder investigation. Furthermore, given the fact that the cash in the room was untouched and Mr. Orozco had a history of drunkenness and violence, the police suspect that the motive was not robbery, but a crime of passion. You get the gist. So why are we reading stuff related to Angela right here? Is she nearby? More newspapers on the ground. Newspapers are scattered all over the walls and floor. There seems to be nothing of interest. But this one has today's date. That's kind of strange. More newspapers, more newspapers, more newspapers. Newspapers just covering that door.
Daddy, please don't!
Get off me!
you okay? Angela, relax.
Don't order me around!
I'm not trying to order you.
So what do you want then? Oh, I see. You're trying to be nice to me, right? I know what you're up to. It's always the same. You're only after one thing.
No, that's not true at all.
You don't have to lie. Go ahead and say it. Or you could just force me. Beat me up like you always did. You only care about yourself anyway. You disgusting pig.
Angela.
Don't touch me! You make me sick. You said your wife Mary was dead, right?
Yes. She was ill.
Liar! I know about you. You didn't want her around anymore. You probably found someone else.
That's ridiculous. I never.
Well, this is lovely. The loveliest room in the whole game. I wish the whole game looked like this. Why didn't they use this aesthetic for the whole game? Oh my god, the sound of the floor here. Oh, the sludgy, wet sound. So, as you might have guessed, this monster here symbolizes Angela's father. And the abuse of Angela. If you look at the enemy's design up close, it's one larger figure on top of a smaller figure. You can see two mouths. Two sets of mouths up at the very top here. One big, one small. On some kind of frame, which I guess is there to represent a bed. And just this room in general, the TV in the corner of the room, like it's someone's bedroom. But I wonder if Angela sees it a different way. If this is how we see the monster, whereas to her it might look more like her father. Maybe like how Maria looks to us, how Maria looks like Mary to us, but if someone else saw it, maybe it would look more like something like this. Maybe a darker representation of what Maria actually is. Or who knows, maybe she does see it like this as well. But yeah, this is us stepping into Angela's world. This is her Silent Hill. This is what her labyrinth looks like down here. So nasty. Let's leave this place. I'm way behind on thanking people here. Okami, I'm very sorry. I hope you're still there. Thank you for the £10. Hey, dog. It's always fascinating watching you doing in-depth playthroughs. Thank you so much, man. I hope you're still there in the chat, and thank you for the 6 months. Vitamin Doom, thank you for the 5. Rossi with the 13. Owl with the 300 bits. Cheers, everyone. Let me see. I might have to send him a DM later. Oh, Cammy, you're not in the chat, are you? Let me know if you're in the chat. Newspapers are scattered all over the walls and floor. There seems to be nothing of interest. But this one has today's date. That's kind of strange. So, I love what they do here with the newspapers. We find one outside, which gives details on Angela killing her father. And then as we get closer and closer to the door, we see more and more and more of these newspapers. Like she's running away from them, you know? Or it's like it's her... Like it's supposed to represent her guilt over what she did. I wonder, does she see these newspapers all over her labyrinth? Probably, and this is us just stepping into it here. Nabor, thank you very much for the 5 months. This room always reminded me of the Dick Boss room from 3 Similar Qualities. Yeah, I guess so. I don't really find that room all that repulsive in 3. This one is really, really disgusting. By the way, Ito said that Angela sees her own abstract daddy, hinting at the fact that the version that James sees might be very different and more catered towards him. Right, okay. I figured that might have been the case. I think a lot of people theorized about that. A lot of people had similar feelings. You just kind of have to wonder how other people might see the characters' monsters when you see how they handle Maria. You know, how Maria won't go near any of the other characters in the game. You kind of have to wonder, well, what would they see if they did see Maria? You know, it makes it seem like they wouldn't see Maria. They wouldn't see the same thing we see. Love this. These bodies just floating here. As if they should be hanging. But there's no noose to be seen. His face is covered with a piece of paper. There's something written on it. This man was hanged for the crime of swindling. Justice and revenge have been served. This man was hanged for the crime of thievery. Justice and revenge have been served. Murder. Arson. Kidnapping. Counterfeiting. Well, we found the nooses. What does this say? Dead men, swinging in a tree. How many dead men do you see? Tongue turned blue and face gone gray. Watch them as they twist and sway. The first one killed the butcher man, then cooked him in the frying pan, served him to his hungry guests, and gave them seconds on request. The next one, with his smile and sweets, stole poor children off the streets. To men who dressed unsavory, he sold them into slavery. Breaking into a home at night, the thief he had a nasty fright, filled his foolish head with ale, woke in the morn in the county jail. The artist with his daunting skill tried his hand at painting bills, But caught in rain, he was undone when the ink he'd used did start to run. With promises of great return, taking gold he did not earn, bundled it up and out of sight, quietly slipped off into night. 3 houses into ashes burned, the sheriff with no place to turn, did spy a stranger to his town, locked him up and beat him down. Dead men, swinging in a tree. How many dead men do you see? 6 feet long, and I fucked it up at the very end because I am a bell end. Dead men, swinging in a tree. How many dead men do you see? 6 feet long and 6 men wide. Round their necks, the noose be tied. This X button is very sensitive. I really like this normal rendition of the riddle. That's great, man. The first one killed the butcher man and cooked him in the frying pan, served him to his hungry guests, and gave them seconds on request. This one's pretty dark. The next one, with his smile and sweets, stole poor children off the streets. To men who dressed unsavory, he sold them into slavery. What does this one say? Notice, only the sinless one can help you here. Mistakenly pull on a criminal's rope, and your reward will be returned to you in a shape most wondrously strange. So, we have to find the innocent man. Obviously, the nooses here are in parallel with the bodies that we see in the other room. All the victims. So we have to find which one is innocent here and pull his rope, pull his noose. It doesn't seem like there's any ambiguity with this guy, with the butcher, with how it's described. Same with this guy who stole children. This guy who broke into the home, the thief. The artist with his daunting skill. The guy who was painting bills. Taking gold he did not earn, bundled it up out of sight, quietly slipped off into the night. I don't think there's any ambiguity with him. 3 houses into ashes burned. The sheriff with no place to turn. Did spy a stranger to his town, locked him up and beat him down. This one, however, feels a little bit suspicious, doesn't it? The sheriff with no place to turn. Did spy a stranger. Well, I think we have our innocent man. Let's go find the arsonist. Which one is he? Here he is. Another great sound. Super ominous. It's almost like James was having a second thought there. I got the key of the persecuted. I think this might be one of my favorite puzzles in the series. Just the presentation of it with the 2 rooms, the visuals, the floating bodies here, and then the nooses that run in parallel in the next room. It's a really cool little puzzle. And then the riddle on top of it is really well written. which there are 4 different versions of, all with very different writing. The paper that was covering the corpse's face is lying here. The punishment isn't too bad if you fail, by the way. You just have to deal with monsters in the corridor here. So it's a pain when you're going back and forth between the rooms. I can't turn the handle unless I remove the handcuffs. Key left by prisoner who was wrongly executed. Interesting, James has to identify a non-guilty person while he is guilty. Yeah. Love the design here with the cuffs as well. That's not actually true, Scotty. But I did hear that. I did hear those misconceptions. Yeah, I think that has more relevance to the film. $208. I don't think this number has any significance. You know, you might wonder, was this Mary and James's hotel number? Was this a significant number anywhere else in the game? I don't think it is. Maybe this was their apartment number.
Maria? Maria?
Maria, no! What happened to you? Why? Why?
Mary.
Oh, so good, the music. Yes, let's just keep this vibe going. Why not? Let's keep this music going. My favorite part of that scene is just the end. That just makes it just the shot of James with his head down and the long, slow pan and the pause. And then Mary. The Mary is so good, yeah. Love the way he delivers it. This has always been one of my favorite parts of the game. The scene with the music that continues, and then this area. This area is so eerie. Suddenly we're in an indoor graveyard with all these lights on the ceiling. And grass on the ground. The name on the tombstone is too scratched up to read. There's a name inscribed on the tombstone. Miriam K. Traitor. I don't think anyone knows what this means. Or what that's supposed to be referencing. There's a name inscribed on the tombstone. Walter Sullivan. I love this as well. Something so ominous about this. Why are you bringing Walter back again here? Such a cool detail. An epitaph is inscribed here. This felon drank one last bottle of ale before he was executed and laid here to his eternal rest. Oh, this track is so good, so ghostly. There's a name inscribed on the tombstone. Eddie Dombrowski. Three empty graves. Who's the next one? Angela Orozco. And the third one seems to go deeper than the others. James Sunderland. Oh, so good, man. Will you go down?
Eddie, what are you doing?
What does it look like? He always busted my balls. You fat, disgusting piece of shit. You make me sick. Fat ass, you're nothing but a waste of skin. You're so ugly, even your mama don't love you. Well, maybe he was right. Maybe I am nothing but a fat, disgusting piece of shit. But you know what? It doesn't matter if you're smart, dumb, ugly, pretty. It's all the same once you're dead. And the corpse can't laugh. From now on, if anyone makes fun of me, I'll kill him. Just like that.
Eddie, have you gone nuts? I knew it.
You too. You're just like him, James.
Hey, I didn't mean anything.
Don't bother. I understand. You've been laughing at me all along, haven't you? Ever since we first met. I'll kill you, James!
Didn't expect this strat, did you, Eddie? How do you like this? How do you like this? Yeah, run off, scaredy cat. No wonder you didn't get picked for the football team. Give me those rifle shells. And a corpse can't laugh. We can't use that strat for the next section. So I'm going to equip my rifle.
Do you know what it does to you, James? When you're hated, picked on, spit on, just because of the way you look, after you've been laughed at your whole friggin' life. That's why I ran away after I killed the dog. Ran away like a scared little girl. Yeah, I killed that dog. It was fun. It tried to chew its own guts out. Finally died all curled up in a ball. Then he came after me. I shot him too, right in the leg. He cried more than the dog. He's gonna have a hard time playing football on what's left of that knee.
You think it's okay to kill people? You need help, Eddie.
Don't get all holy on me, James. This town called you too. You and me are the same. We're not like other people. Don't you know that? Let's party!
Let's do it then. I can't really see so clearly, but I think I'm shooting you. Notice how all these pieces of meat hanging here are wearing green shorts that are similar to Eddie's. They don't really look exactly like shorts, but a green bit of fabric. It's just the exact same color as Eddie's shorts. I think we're in Eddie's Silent Hill right now. Oh, I didn't mean to equip the fucking great knife. And you can see him. Hold on, I'll see if I can trigger it. Mechanically, this fight is absolute ass. But there is one cool thing that he does here. Again, my buttons are configured a little bit strangely here. When I press start to open my menu, it also switches the weapon that I have equipped. But that's okay. We can work around it. Oh, fuck off, man. Oh, there's a unique sound when he punches the meat? I don't remember that. Yes, I think he's doing it now. He's taking cover behind the meat. See, look. Look at his feet under the shorts. There we go. So now, if you see this, it's pretty explicit what they're doing with the pieces of meat, symbolizing Eddie. But it's actually easy to miss this. It's easy to kill him before you see him do this. Oh shit, does he even try and hurt you here? Fuck, now he is, okay.
Eddie? Eddie? I killed a human being. A human being. Mary. Did you really die 3 years ago?
No. Well, yes. Well, no, actually. Not 3 years ago. But she did die, and you killed her. And you're really starting to take the piss now, James. You really should be thinking that something might be up. That maybe Eddie had a point. And maybe there's something strange about this whole abyss that we've been going through, and this prison. And all these symbols of punishment and guilt that you've been staring in the face. What was that whole hanged man puzzle about, James? Oh, I thought we could look at his body. Well, I thought we could get a description or a comment when we interacted with it, but no. So, now if we try and look at our letter from the start of the game. Letter from Mary. Which kickstarted this whole story. That's definitely Mary's name in her own handwriting on the front of the envelope. Well, when we examine the letter now, there's nothing written on the stationery. Well, that's a bit strange. Do they make the time frame explicit regarding when James killed Mary? No. But I think we can determine that it was not long ago at all, like within the last week or so. Or maybe even days ago. We'll get some big scenes that tie into this very soon. But we already got one where Laura mentioned that she was, that she was talking to Mary a year ago. in the hospital. Of course, I didn't even comment. Look where we are. We jump down, I don't know how many holes. The staircase to hell. The elevator to hell. We jump down our own grave. And now we're right back where we started. We walk out the door after Eddie and we're opposite of the Historical Society. Right at this boat launch at Toluca Lake. We're back in reality, it seems, to some degree. Let's follow the light. It would have been really cool if you could go to the church, wouldn't it? If that was like an optional thing that you could do. At least go there to look around the outside of it or something. That would have been great. But yeah, we'll get another scene soon relating to the timeline and Mary's death. Can you explain the meat symbolism with Eddie hiding behind it? I don't think there's much to explain other than that's how Eddie saw himself. He was ashamed of his body. He got bullied by football players. I think that's the heavy implication anyway. Just a kid who got bullied. Felt shitty about his weight. Lashed out at the people who were bullying him. No, James, I really want to see this light. There it is, there it is. Yeah, it's interesting. We don't really know if Eddie killed anyone. I feel like he was probably telling the truth there in his final moments. That he killed the dog, but that was it, and he shot another guy in the leg, the football player. Early on, when we first meet Eddie in the apartments, they also draw a connection between Eddie and football. If you go into the room that's opposite Eddie in the apartments, it's covered in football posters. So there's a little bit of foreshadowing with your first encounter. Yeah, and he says that he ran away like a scared little girl after he killed the dog. I did not play Cry of Fear, no. We're getting close. I might have to try it out, C29. Oh, what an introduction. This place hasn't changed at all in 3 years. That's just like a classic horror moment right there. The howl. And here's this light that we could somehow see from all the way across the water. This place hasn't changed at all in 3 years. So yeah, I don't think we're seeing what's real here. I don't think this is the state that the hotel is actually in. I think this is the other world. We start with the Otherworld Hotel, and then we see the real hotel. I think they kind of subvert the Otherworld concept here a bit. Where we see the illusion first, and then the reality. Or the delusion first, and then the reality. Or something that's closer to the reality. Once we see the burned hotel. I got a Little Mermaid music box. There's a fountain in the shape of a bird. No water is coming out of it right now. I believe so, Nabor, yeah. Yeah. There's a fountain in the shape of a bird. No water is coming out of it right now. The sound here. Listen. Another amazing moment here. Waiting for you. The same line from the letter written on their hotel room. What's this? Room 312. That's the room Mary and I stayed in. Mary, are you there? Or maybe. Oh, so good with this sound. I'll be finishing this today. Yes, we're getting very close to the end. I got a can of thinner. Another crazy sound there. You son of Gunty, thank you for the prime sub. Alu Foley, thank you for the 5. And again, Nabor, thank you. Venus Tears. A painting is hanging here. There's nothing unusual about it. Love the design of this hotel. Just the colors, the light. Restaurant Lake Shore. Just go with the 3 months. Thank you. Hey, man, I'm glad you've enjoyed the stream. Cheers. It's always a joy playing this game again. One of my all-time favorites. Like to do it at least once a year. I got the fish key. Just sitting here on this plate. An empty plate, a knife, and a fork. That's all. Nothing much of interest.
Did I scare you?
Yeah, you did.
You're here to find Mary, aren't you, James? Well, have you?
No. Is that why you're here too?
She's here, isn't she? If you know where she is, tell me. I'm tired of walking.
I wish I knew.
But she said it in her letter.
What letter?
Wanna read it? But don't tell Rachel, okay?
Who's Rachel?
She was our nurse. I took it from her locker.
My dearest Laura, I'm leaving this letter with Rachel to give to you after I'm gone. I'm far away now, in a quiet, beautiful place. Please forgive me for not saying goodbye before I left. Be well, Laura. Don't be too hard on the sisters. And Laura, about James. I know you hate him because you think he isn't nice to me, but please give him a chance. It's true he may be a little surly sometimes, and he doesn't laugh much, but underneath he's really a sweet person. Laura, I love you like my very own daughter. If things had worked out differently, I was hoping to adopt you. Happy 8th birthday, Laura. Your friend forever, Mary.
Laura, how old are you?
I turned 8 last week.
So, Mary couldn't have died 3 years ago. Could she really be here? Is this the quiet, beautiful place she was talking about?
Me and Mary talked a lot about Silent Hill. She even showed me all her pictures. She really wanted to come back. That's why I'm here. Maybe you'll get it if you see the other letter. The one Mary... Huh? I must have dropped it.
Laura!
I gotta find it.
Laura!
Off she goes again. So there you go. That's what recontextualizes the timeline. A drawing done by Laura. A cat? What does the cat symbolize? A cat. There's a piano here. I remember how much Mary liked to play the piano. She wasn't very good, but I still love to hear her play. That was so long ago, before we were even married. Why am I thinking of that now? More abstract daddies. Let's get the rifle. Or do I want to use the rifle? I think I do. I love how they deflate like that. Oh yeah, really creepy detail here if we go up the stairs. Listen very carefully here.
James!
Of course, this is where we have to pass through. That's the room right there. It's actually louder than I thought it was. I thought that was fainter. The suitcase is locked. Well, we do have a fish key. Key with a fish-shaped keychain. It was on top of the restaurant table. Key to hotel room 204. And we get another key. A key for a key. I can't hear anything from the receiver. Could the phone line possibly be cut? Health drink. There's a book open on top of the desk. It looks like a medical book. I've already read enough medical books. None of them ever did any good. There's a cool optional scene if we come back here later on. Oh! It shot through both of them? That's a thing? That's a thing? I don't even have to step on this one. I didn't know that was a thing. Wow. We have the key to this room, 204. A burned curtain here. Look at this. Kind of interesting considering something else we'll see a little bit later. Photos are scattered all over the bed. What's this? Part of the photo has been colored over with a marker. Photos of all the game's characters, if you look carefully on the bed there. You can see the character portraits, Angela, Laura. A couple of other ones that aren't the characters as well, like some kind of cross there. Oh wait, no, that's this. Right. Let's use the thinner. Town. And another music box. Music box with a figure from the fairy tale Cinderella attached. Found inside trunk in room 202. Hold on one sec, guys. And I am going to open a beer. Hold on. Cheers. Happy Halloween. We're getting close to the end now. Another detail here, and I'm not sure if this always occurs. This might be slightly random, but we should be able to hear a cry when we walk past either 206 or 208. Didn't happen. Huh. I wonder if it's random. I think there are a couple of sounds like that that you won't always hear, like the whispers in the apartments. I don't think they always play either. Oh, we never did check the reception, did we? Oh, these shadows. So good. Impressive tech on the PS2, those shadows. Back in 2001. Mr. James Sunderland. The videotape you forgot here is being kept in the office on the first floor. There are no keys in the key box. Well, we're not looking at the right one, I don't think, because I see a key. I got the key to room 312. The key to the room where Mary and I stayed. Now we just need to get through that door. The videotape you forgot on the first floor. There's a plate in front of the indentation and something is engraved on it. Seat of the princess who awoke from death. Seat of the princess who spoke no words. Seat of the princess who fled at midnight. This is where we have to play our... So we have to set down the music boxes we've been picking up. We just need one more. Is this music box broken? Or maybe. The note is creepy. I love when the game addresses James like this. Great. Let's save. These shadows are kind of janky. What's up with this enhanced edition? What's going on here? Maybe they fixed this and I just need to update it. Because I think I might be missing a couple of the new packs that they released. The shelf is empty. Okay. What's this? There's a notice above the buttons. Weight allowance, 1 person. You calling me fat? Wow. And that's where the game ends. Roll the credits. That's it. The fat ending. We got the fat ending. So what we do here is interact with this shelf. It looks like I could store my stuff here. Put an item on the shelf. We have to put everything on this shelf. Well, almost everything. I think we're allowed to bring 2 items with us. Letter supposedly given to Laura by Mary. Can we bring all 3 of those letters in? No. But we should be able to bring the letter and the photo. The 2 items we start the game with. And one of those items isn't even real. So all we're allowed is the photograph, really. That's all he's actually carrying, it seems. Because I don't think the letter even exists. All right, down to the first floor. Hotel map for employees. This sound, man, I just can't get enough of it. Just the perfect ambience for the hotel. That loud crash. Sounds like it's happening, like we can hear it off in the distance. Someone dropped something in the basement. They keep dropping it. It weighs on his conscience. I don't know, just the sound adds so much weight to what's happening here, you know? And those little those bass drums or whatever they are. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. That was that was a pun for the lift. I thought you were talking about the music making it feel like everything is weighing on him, which I thought was a pretty good observation because the sound does kind of have that big weighty feel, you know, like some serious shit is going on inside James's head right now. I got a Snow White music box right next to a red apple. There are apples and pumpkins here. There are tea bags and cookies here. They're all past their expiration dates. This is certainly a weighty atmosphere, while we're not weighty at all. I think we found our videotape. Who's ready for some spicy sex scenes? There's a can opener beneath the videotape. We can't even look at this, can we? There's an interesting little detail here. If we come back here later, when we get our light back, we're going to come back to this room a little bit later. No radio. The enemies can really surprise you here if you're not careful. On a first playthrough, you just don't... You're so used to the radio going off when enemies are around. Now you don't hear anything. Bar key. Get out of my way. Now everyone's favorite. Canned light bulbs. There's a can with no label on it. Tool for opening cans. Let's go. There's light bulbs in the can. Sure, I'll take it. A light bulb can. I don't need it anymore. The refrigerator door seems broken. I can't get it open. Ooh, love the colors here. Those fishing rods. Can we interact? Nope. I tried to use the bar key, but it's too dark to find the keyhole. I love how absurd this is. Look at how this is set up. With a light pointing directly at the keyhole. So we must use the light bulb that we got from our can full of light bulbs. I love it. Now we can see. Just really playing with the fact things that we can't do when we don't have our light. So we need to find this other weird method of lighting doors up. And it's not even all that dark in here, man. There's a jukebox here. It doesn't play, so it must be broken. Brown trout. Love all the signs and stuff. There we go. Oh, Jesus Christ, man. Give me my stuff. There we go. And now when we come back out, the mannequins are gone. So you can't take your revenge. Okay, now that I have my light, let's go all the way back. Back through the bar. Look at this speed run. Look at this movement. So now that we have our light, when we come back to this room and interact with this heater over here, we can actually get some dialogue or some descriptive text. There's a heater here. On the back, in small letters, it says, "I'm Johnny, one hot guy." Isn't that strange? You really have to go out of your way to even see that this is a thing. We can't look at this when we come in here normally because we don't have our light. And you have no reason to ever come back here other than to read this. There's no reason to come back here. But if we do, there's a heater, and on the back in small letters, "I'm Johnny, one hot guy." So my theory is that this might have been how the hotel burned down in reality. This heater right next to this curtain. And in that other area, that charred curtain. This hotel is going to transition soon. It's going to change form, and it's going to turn into a burned hotel. I think when a lot of people see that for the first time, they think, "Oh, we've transitioned to the otherworld version of the hotel." But I think it might be the other way around, and that what we're seeing now is the delusion that it's not really like this, and in reality, the place did burn down. Just thinking of what James said when he first arrived, this place hasn't changed at all in 3 years, and just the condition it is, the condition it's in here, it's just kind of strange. There's a schedule book here. The date is from 1 year ago. The painting we get, the painting we see when we're down in the prison, burning man with the hotel on fire. The message laid out specifically for James here. Everything's too clean. Everything's too... The boiler that's turned on. It's a smoke screen. Go, go, go. Ah! Okay, we have every music box. Seat of the princess who spoke no words. This is The Little Mermaid, I think. I don't think I've ever seen The Little Mermaid. But I think this is The Little Mermaid. Seat of the princess who awoke from death. Sleeping Beauty. Or Snow White, rather. I didn't mean to equip that. Seat of the princess who fled at midnight. Cinderella. Fleeing, leaving her shoe. I do know some fairy tales. I watched loads of Snow White when I was a kid. I got the hotel stairway key. Let's go see our princess. She's waiting for us. She's waiting for us. It says so right on the map. Except it doesn't anymore. I love how jarring this is. Visually. We haven't seen a single room in the game that looks like this. I feel like feels like we've been exposed. Look at how well lit everything is. Anything to say about anything here? Nothing. The painting, just some landscape, some mountain. Trees, some kind of landscape. There's a VCR here. It looks like I'll be able to use it. Silent Hill is written on the label in my handwriting. This is definitely the videotape I recorded back then.
Are you taping again? Come on. I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful. You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place. I think I can see why. It's too bad we have to leave. Please promise you'll take me again, James.
Mary.
So there you are, James. Did you get the letter? Did you find Mary? If not, let's get going already, okay?
Laura. Mary's gone. She's dead.
Liar, that's a lie!
No, that's not true.
She died because she was sick?
No, I killed her.
You killer! Why'd you do it? I hate you! I want her back! Give her back to me! I knew it! You didn't care about her! I hate you, James! I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! She was always waiting for you. Why? Why?
I'm sorry. The Mary you know isn't here.
Watch how he falls back into the chair here, just like the body in the apartments.
Laura, I'm sorry.
There it is.
James, where are you? I'm waiting. I'm waiting for you. Please come to me. Do you hate me? Is that why you won't come? James,
That voice!
James, please hurry. Are you lost? I'm near. I'm waiting nearby, James. Please. I want to see you, James. Can't you hear me? James. Please, James. James. James.
So good. Now, another one of my favorite pieces of music in this game. Pieces of sound design. This track right here. From one amazing track to another. Oh, man. When he falls back into the chair and the radio springs him back to life. It's like the radio gives him life again, gives him reason to continue. You just saw it. You just confessed to killing your wife, and now you're going after her again. I always feel like Laura's dialogue there doesn't land as hard as it should when she's screaming at him, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. It doesn't feel as real as it should, but still a fucking amazing scene. This track, just this is James's head right now. This is James's mind in audio form. A swirling vortex of despair and hopelessness. That's what this sounds like. This is oblivion. This is true oblivion. And the hotel has changed. It's burned. There's water dripping from the ceiling. And the broken locks, some of them are marked in purple.
Mary's going to die? You must be joking.
Must be joking.
I'm very sorry.
But you're a doctor. It's your job to heal people. How can you just let her die?
Please, calm down. As her doctor, I promise I'll do what I can. But there's still no effective treatment for her condition.
How long does she have?
I'm afraid I'm not sure. 3 years at most. Perhaps 6 months. It's impossible to say with certainty.
So good. What an interesting way to frame that flashback. The hospital bed just floating out in the fog. Again, the same bed we saw Maria sitting on in the prison scene. I can't hear anything anymore. It's a book. There's a book here. It doesn't look like it'll be of any particular use. Oh, James, what did you do, man? Killed her to get your life back, but destroyed your life even more in doing so. $2.19. $2.20. Didn't I come from 202? Now we're getting the visual representation. We've got the sound and the visuals working in tandem now. What if I go back out this door? Where the fuck am I now? 207? Wow! 204? Where does 204 take me? Back to 207, okay. The key is to stay here and just go down this hallway. Go down there towards the elevator. Once we get to this side of the map. So good though, the mold. I think the name of this track is Black Fairy. Isn't that the name? Black Fairy. Okay, I thought it wasn't letting me interact with it. That is similar, though. I thought this was Black Fairy. It has parts of it. I thought this was Black Fairy. Black Fairy is the boss version with Pyramid Head. That's Betrayal. No, that's Betrayal. Love this sequence as well. The sound here, man. And these lying figures crawling under the water. Sounds like someone on life support. Someone drawing their last breaths. You can't beat it.
Mama! Mama, I was looking for you. Now you're the only one left. Maybe then I can rest. Mama, why are you running away? You're not my mama. It's you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Angela, no.
Thank you for saving me. But I wish you hadn't. Even Mama said it. I deserved what happened.
No, Angela, that's wrong.
No, don't pity me. I'm not worth it. Or maybe you think you can save me. Will you love me? Take care of me? Heal all my pain? That's what I thought. James, give me back that knife.
No, I won't.
Saving it for yourself?
Me? No, I'd never kill myself. It's hot as hell in here.
You see it too. For me, it's always like this.
Why did the music break? At least it broke at the very end, and not for the whole fucking scene. Enhanced edition! What are you doing? You can't kill me. You can't kill me like this. This is cruel. This is cruel. I was worried. I thought the game was going to crash though. When I heard the music disappear, I was like, "No. No, you better not be doing this to me right now in this scene game." I was like, "Oh shit, did the game fucking crash?" And then I heard the dialogue. I was like, "No." Well, apologies for the fucked up end of that scene, but at least we got to experience the majority of it properly. Oh my god, man. So good. So good. Maybe my favorite scene in the game? Favorite cutscene? Maybe my favorite cutscene? Oh, even Mama said it. I love the shot after that. You know, when it's like we're looking from James's point of view, and the camera is all shaky, looking up at her as she's looking down on us, and she's like with her eyes closed. No, pushing back. Don't pity me. I'm not worth it. When he tells her, no, that's wrong, Angela. You didn't deserve it. No, no, don't pity me. Oh, man. Love that shot of James just staring down at the ground as well, while she looks straight at that thing on the wall. Something about that. The way this is framed here, this mountainous staircase. Another thing that I wish Ito never said. Maybe most people interpreted it this way, but Masahiro Ito, one of the lead developers, said that Angela dies here. Angela walking into the fire is her killing herself. And I never looked at it that way. Maybe most people do, but when she says, for me, it's always like this, and she continues to walk into the flames, I thought she was just continuing to live in this world surrounded by flames. You know, where we've entered her Silent Hill here. And for her, it's always like this. Maybe we see her like walk directly through the flames there at the end, if they don't appear after she walks past. But I thought it just symbolized her living like this. And that whether she lived or died was ambiguous, that this was just her life and she never came to terms with it. With what happened. What she says there to James as well, when she thinks James is her mother. Now you're the only one left. Maybe then I can rest. What does that mean? The only one left? That she was going to kill her mother, so her mother would join her father and brother in death? You're the only one left. The only family member left, you would think, is what she's saying there. The only one who isn't dead. So she thought when she killed her mother, she could rest. Pretty disturbing and pretty sad when she, at the same time, she wants to kill her mother, while at the same time holding her mother's words as the gospel, you know? If Mama said I deserve to get raped and abused, you know, that's it. There's no denying what Mama said, but I'm also going to kill my mother. Because I think that's the only way I might be able to rest. After I killed my father. Did she kill her brother? I don't know. Ito said these two figures represent the father and the brother. These two. the father, who we hear much more about than the brother, who's very obscured. Did she kill the brother? Seems like she might have. I really hope the sound doesn't fuck up anywhere else now. Scene to me looked like she ascended from her hell while James wasn't allowed to go with her. Really? You saw it as her, like, overcoming what happened? I never interpreted it that way. You know, it never felt like she was really overcoming what happened during that scene. You know, she wanted to kill herself. She asked James for the knife back. And he refused to do that. So she just walked into the... I saw it as her just continuing to live this life of agony. Continuing to live in her world. As she said it, it's always like this. It's always filled with this fire. Really, Nabor? His enhanced edition crashed? I don't think mine is as fully updated as it should be. But I wonder if that's a known issue for the music to fuck up like that. I'm really sorry about that, guys, but obviously there's nothing I can do about it. Right before her iconic line. Maybe the most iconic line in the game. One of. But it could be worse. Could be worse. The music could have fucked up halfway through the scene, and that would have destroyed the whole fucking thing. So, at least it fucked up at the very end. Better than fucking up in the middle. We will play a flawless version of Silent Hill 2 one day. It will happen. I don't know how many hours I've spent tinkering with emulators and PC versions and patches trying to get this game working and running properly. But there's always something. There's always some issue. This has been great, though. This enhanced edition is really, really good. Proper widescreen, proper shadows, PS2 shadows. Like, they really make it look like a proper remaster of the PS2 version. That's what it feels like. 90% of the time. Played it like 2 days ago and it played completely fine. Then again, I set it up completely like at the beginning of the month. Nice one, Brand. Isn't Angela seen dead in Silent Hill 3? Yeah, but I don't think that's supposed to be taken seriously. I think that's more of an Easter egg. Angela's body being used in that scene. I don't think we're supposed to interpret much from that. They're just using Angela's model as an Easter egg. Same with how they use Claudia's model in Silent Hill 4. I don't think there's any meaning behind it. Although maybe they had more in mind than just it being a little Easter egg. But I see. Where is Claudia in Silent Hill 4? The hospital intro. You see Walter sticking his hands in her stomach and doing all kinds of nasty shit with it at the start of the hospital. It's the model looks kind of weird. It's Claudia, but she kind of looks like a mannequin. Oh, look where we step out to here. Through the door and out of bounds. Foxy, thank you very much for the year. Even Mama said it. Alright, guys. Before we play the ending of the game, I'm gonna take a piss and I'm gonna open a bottle of beer. I know, Billy, it's exciting. I'm gonna drink a bottle of beer. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Hold on. Let me grab this bottle. All right. So we get to the final save point in the game, and we have 9 red squares, which is the cover of the game in Japan. The cover art on the box are these 9 red squares. And that's kind of interesting, isn't it? Makes you wonder what's going on here. Why 9 red squares? Well, Ito said it had something to do with the amount of... with the delusions that James has. That they're supposed to represent... each one is supposed to represent a specific delusion or something. Like with regards to the monsters and Maria. Maybe all the monsters in the game, including Maria or something like that. Maybe some of you in chat, big Silent Hill nerds, might remember. Ito made a tweet once, like a year or so ago. Maybe a bit more than a year ago. Where he partially explained what was up with these 9 red squares. And then he deleted the tweet. And he said he was going to delete the tweet. But obviously people took snapshots of it. It's the only time he's ever done this. It's really weird. I'm going to reveal this bit of lore. But then I'm going to delete the tweet. It's like he really didn't want to do it, but he couldn't help himself or something. But yeah, he said it had to do with the number of delusions that James experiences. Or well, if it was the amount of delusions, it would have to be a lot more than 9. But I think it might have to do with the enemies. Maybe there are 9 enemies in the game, or 9 including Maria, or something like that. Maybe someone can find the tweet. But I almost wish he didn't say anything. Like he probably feels. Because I always found this to be so mysterious. And I guess it still is. Because he didn't, like, completely reveal everything. But I wish he just didn't say anything. Because it's always been a really mysterious part of the game. You found it through the way back. That had a few reasons. I don't want to say that too much and will leave it to your imagination, basically. But for example, what number of hallucinations did James see in the journey? I'll delete this tweet in a half an hour. Ito, you bitch. You shouldn't have said anything. What is deleting a tweet gonna do, man? You have all these sweaty Silent Hill nerds ready to screen grab anything. And you have the Wayback Machine. You know? That's so funny. So the number of hallucinations. Well, like, if we're thinking of a number of hallucinations, if we're talking about everything in the game, I mean, outside of the monsters, like, what about all the stuff in the labyrinth and the abyss and or like very specific things like the mannequin maybe that we see in the apartments, the mannequin, the body. What about the butterflies? What about the room full of butterflies? Did that come from James's mind? I kind of get the impression that it did, but maybe not. What about Joseph Barkin and all those patients and all that stuff in the hospital? Anyway, interesting. So, they represent 9 specific hallucinations. Fuck, Ito, I wish you didn't say anything about that, man. So much better not knowing. So much better not knowing. Still kind of interesting to know, though, as well. Let's heal up. Alright, let's do it.
I was weak. That's why I needed you. Needed someone to punish me for my sins. But that's all over now. I know the truth. Now it's time to end this.
The way they step back there. I always thought James was trying to sound a little bit too cool there. I do like how they step back away from him, though, the way that's framed. I don't need to see you. Ooh, that was a close one. This track, man. Just keep blasting. So sick. The ritualistic suicide. You can't kill Pyramid Head. The only way Pyramid Head is gonna die is if it kills itself. Really interesting, the seal of Metatron on the ground here from the first game. 2 of them for 2 Pyramid Heads. Always weird. Pyramid Head won't move anymore. It looks like he's holding something. I got a scarlet egg. I don't need this anymore. It's just a corpse now. Oh, I forgot about that. I don't need this anymore. So James realizes what Pyramid Head was for. Represented his own desire for punishment. And a rust-colored egg. That track, man. Betrayal. So good. Someone was saying there before I started the fight about Ito and his comments, like that they wouldn't put much stock in what one of the creators said 20 years after the game released. I mean, why not? Because they forgot. I don't know. If Ito was always spouting nonsense about the series or something, then I wouldn't pay any attention to it. But it's not like he's always revealing things or anything like that, or where it feels like he's adding things that were never in the games or anything. He's always pretty good about it, I think. And highlighting little details that lots of people missed out on. Certain aspects of the designs and things like that. Pyramid Head, scissors, the great knife being one half of a scissors and shit like that. So I don't really have any reason to doubt Ito when he talks about this stuff with certainty. And many, many times he's been asked questions where he said, that's more Owaku's side of things. He wrote the script and I didn't really handle any of this, so I'm not sure. He said that about many things, you know. When asked about certain parts of the lore and the story and stuff. So yeah, no, I have reason to believe him when he's talking about the red squares and what it means. I don't think he's just making shit up or talking out his ass based off what he said in the past, you know. Rust-colored egg. It's about the size of a quail's egg. Pyramid Head was holding it. Why a quail, I wonder? Rust-colored, scarlet. Lots of people theorize that they're supposed to represent Eddie's or James's murders, his 2 real human murders, being Eddie and Mary, where the rust-colored egg is Mary because it was in the past, not too long in the past, but in the past, and the scarlet egg is fresh because he just killed Eddie an hour or so ago. pretty interesting theory. I'm not sure how I feel about it, but maybe, especially seeing the two figures on the wall, the two identical figures during Angela's scene, both representing her father and her brother, two people that Angela probably killed. Well, we know he killed her father, maybe her brother. This face. This guy has seen better days. Ugh. Oh, God. That's what that face looks like.
Mary?
What do you want, James?
I brought you some flowers.
Flowers? I don't want any damn flowers. Just go home already.
Mary, what are you saying?
Look, I'm disgusting. I don't deserve flowers. Between the disease and the drugs, I look like a monster. Well, what are you looking at? Get the hell out of here! Leave me alone already! I'm no use to anyone. I'll be dead soon anyway. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. It'd be easier if they'd just kill me. But I guess the hospital is making a nice profit off me. They want to keep me alive. Are you still here? I told you to go! Are you deaf? Don't come back! James! Wait! Please don't go! Stay with me! Don't leave me alone! I didn't mean what I said! Please, James! Tell me I'll be okay! Tell me I'm not going to die! Help me!
There it is. That's why he did it. That's why he killed her right there. It was eventually all too much. Too much to handle. Love that. The staircase just falling silently.
Mary?
When will you ever stop making that mistake? Mary's dead. You killed her.
Maria, it's you. But I don't need you anymore.
What? You must be joking. But I can be yours. I'll be here for you forever. And I'll never yell at you or make you feel bad. That's what you wanted. I'm different than Mary. How can you throw me away?
I understand now. It's time to end this nightmare.
No! I won't let you. You deserve to die too, James.
Now I'm getting smothered. Oh man, she's still pretty, she still has a lot of health on normal. There we go.
Mary?
James.
Forgive me.
I told you that I wanted to die, James. I wanted the pain to end.
That's why I did it, honey. I just couldn't watch you suffer. No. That's not true. You also said you didn't want to die. The truth is, I hated you. I wanted you out of the way. I wanted my life back.
James, if that were true, then why do you look so sad?
Mary?
James. Please. Please do something for me. go on with your life. In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you. Waiting for you to come to see me. But you never do. And so I wait, wrapped in my cocoon of pain and loneliness. I know I've done a terrible thing to you. Something you'll never forgive me for. I wish I could change that. But I can't. I feel so pathetic and ugly laying here, waiting for you. Every day I stare up at the cracks in the ceiling, and all I can think about is how unfair it all is. The doctor came today. He told me I could go home for a short stay. It's not that I'm getting better. It's just that this may be my last chance. I think you know what I mean. Even so, I'm glad to be coming home. I've missed you terribly. But I'm afraid, James. I'm afraid you don't really want me to come home. Whenever you come see me, I can tell how hard it is on you. I don't know if you hate me or pity me, or maybe I just disgust you. I'm sorry about that. When I first learned that I was going to die, I just didn't want to accept it. I was so angry all the time, and I struck out at everyone I loved most. Especially you, James. That's why I understand if you do hate me. But I want you to know this, James. I'll always love you. Even though our life together had to end like this, I still wouldn't trade it for the world. We had some wonderful years together. Well, this letter has gone on too long, so I'll say goodbye. I told the nurse to give this to you after I'm gone. That means that as you read this, I'm already dead. I can't tell you to remember me, but I can't bear for you to forget me. These last few years since I became ill, I am so sorry for what I did to you, did to us. You've given me so much, and I haven't been able to return a single thing. That's why I want you to live for yourself now. Do what's best for you, James.
James, you made me happy.
Ah, there it is. Amazing. Every time. Thanks for watching, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the playthrough. All music and sound effects, Akira Yamaoka. Amazing. Blows me away every time. The enhanced edition credits. Nice one. They did a good job. The proper HD remaster this is. Apart from the couple of issues that we had, which we can probably fix. Followed up by the people who worked on the PC port as well here. Image enhancement package. That's one of the things you need to download. For enhancing those images, you need the whole package. Great picture of Angela, yeah. There it is. Beautiful. That letter at the end, man. Just beautiful. So well performed. The bedside scene beforehand as well, with that one line that always gets me. If that were true, then why do you look so sad? And James has no response. I think my favorite line from the letter is, I can't tell you to remember me, but I can't bear for you to forget me. Such a great performance. She kills every scene practically as Maria/Mary. I can't tell you to remember me, but I can't bear for you to forget me. It's like she's falling to her knees when she says that line. I couldn't do it justice. Yeah, amazing. Amazing game. Fully deserving of all the credit it gets. An absolute pillar of horror games. Still my favorite, has to be. Darkwood is scarier. But the story in Silent Hill 2, no other horror game comes with the feels like Silent Hill 2 does. The story, the characters, the way it's all done. Next level. I did play Soma, but I only played around half of it. Maybe a little bit more than half. I need to go back and play it again. It's so unique for a horror game as well to have a tragic love story at its core. I think when do you see that? When do you see horror in general have this kind of even attempt this kind of emotion, you know, this kind of exploring relationships and stuff like this? It's rare. I think it's pretty rare to have that kind of story meshed with a horror story, you know? Horror in general doesn't usually go for that kind of emotional stuff on top of it. You know, it doesn't usually mix in that kind of stuff. You can have horror stories that revolve around family and relationships, but I guess just in, yeah, I guess it's the love story that's kind of at the central, that's at the center of it. The twisted love story. Definitely a part of what makes it feel so unique anyway, for sure. Cheers, guys. Thanks for the thanks. It's always fun coming back to Silent Hill 2. Did it last Halloween. I think I did it the Halloween before. What about Frank and Julia in Hellraiser? I can vaguely remember Frank and Julia in Hellraiser. Yeah, I mean, I guess you have some campy teen romance in a lot of horror films. But yeah, just man, they just do such a great job with some of the characters in this. Angela, what a tragic character, what a heartbreaking character. So well written what they do with such few words a lot of the time in this game. Is this playthrough going on YouTube? I don't know. I don't upload stuff to YouTube. Maybe FIFA will. Hey, thank you, Dr. John. We kind of slowed down on some of the analysis towards the end, but it was still pretty full on. Got a bit tired towards the end. Guys, I think we're going to leave it there. I'm tired. I can't think of too many things to say. I think we'll leave it there. Thanks for being here, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll see you again soon. Take it easy. I'm going to host up DRK. He's doing some MGS1 ghost shenanigans. He's taking photographs of ghosts. Not quite as spooky as Silent Hill 2, but still pretty damn spooky, if you ask me. So I'm going to host him up. Till next time, guys. Have a good one.